Okay, please go ahead, Chair Rubin.
So, good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission to order. I trust you and your families are doing well. Before we begin, I once again want to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Tongva people and extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. I also want to take a moment to sadly reflect on continued police killings and shootings across this country, not only in Minneapolis, but also here in Los Angeles. Most recently, a sheriff shooting in Cudahy of a disabled man, Isaias Cervantes. We have requested on several occasions information about the investigation and the shooting from the Sheriff's Department. They have not responded. We have learned not only about the shooting, this tragic shooting, from a tweet of a state senator, but also from media coverage, both in the LA Times and elsewhere. And it is incumbent on the sheriff to provide this commission and the public with as much information as quickly as possible. And in that regard, the Use of Force Ad Hoc Committee later on in the hearing today will talk about a proposed suggestion for a new and different way for somebody other than the sheriff to conduct investigations of use of deadly force. Shifting gears from the sadness of this, it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you. We have many challenges and work ahead of us. We will collectively and hopefully meet these challenges. Our next meeting will be Thursday, May 20th. Of course, the work continues even when we aren't meeting. Ms. Williams, will you take the roll, please?
Definitely. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to take roll now. Commissioner Bonner.
Present.
Commissioner Giggins.
Present.
Commissioner Harris.
Present.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Ochin. Chair Rubin.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Thompson. And Vice Chair Tolentino.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tolentino, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
All right, if you're able, place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. After a community member's request, we have set up live Spanish interpretation of our meeting today. To listen to this commission meeting in Spanish, you may call area code 415-655-0001 with the access code 145-635-1081. This phone number is also listed on our website, coc.lacounty.gov. As a reminder, if you want to provide a verbal comment, whether in English or in Spanish, you must log into WebEx. If you're calling in via telephone or watching on Facebook live stream, you will not be able to provide verbal comments. To join WebEx, visit coc.lacounty.gov, click on the link to register and join the meeting. When you register, you'll be able to select the agenda items you would like to comment on. You may also raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host to ensure you're in queue for verbal public comment. When providing public comment, please eliminate as much background noise as possible. Depending on the number of participants, we'll either have 1 or 2 minutes of public comment per person per agenda to ensure that every attendee who has signed up for public comment can speak. And in light of implementing family impact remarks, we are no longer going to be having people yield their time to another member of the public because that will no longer be necessary. If you'd like to have your name placed in the official minutes, please indicate so in your comment. If you have technical issues, send a chat to the host through WebEx or email cocnotify@coc.lacounty.gov. For those of you calling in or watching the live stream on Facebook, you can find the link to submit written public comments in English or in Spanish at coc.lacounty.gov. All correspondence submitted before 5 o'clock today will be part of the official meeting record and attached to the meeting minutes. And now a quick announcement in Spanish.
Buenos días. A petición de un miembro de la comunidad, hemos establecido una interpretación en español de nuestra junta. Esta interpretación es en vivo. Para escuchar esta junta de la comisión en español, por favor llame al 415-655-0001. Voy a repetir el teléfono. El código de área es 415. El número de teléfono es 655-0001. Cuando marque ese teléfono le van a pedir un código de acceso. El código de acceso es 145-635-1081. El código de acceso es 145-635-1081. Este número de teléfono también aparece en nuestro sitio de web coc.lacounty.gov. Por favor, tenga en cuenta que si desea proporcionar un comentario público verbal, debe iniciar la junta en una sesión en WebEx. La información de inicio de sesión está disponible en nuestra página coc.lacounty.gov. Voy a repetir que por favor tengan en cuenta que si están escuchando la interpretación en español de esta junta y desean proporcionar un comentario público verbal, deben también iniciar la junta en una sesión en WebEx. La información de inicio de esta sesión es disponible en nuestra página coc.lacounty.gov. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very, very much for that. That's an important component, and I'm glad that we are doing that. With that, let's officially get started, and I'm turning to agenda item number 1. The staff recommends approval of the consent calendar. The items, there's one on the consent calendar, includes the approval of the March 18th meeting minutes. Do any commissioners wish to move any of this to regular agenda for further discussion, that is the meeting minutes? Hearing no response, Jennifer, are there any public comments regarding the consent calendar?
There are not.
All right, then there being no objection, the consent calendar is now adopted. The second item is the family impact remarks, and unless I hear otherwise, it sounds like the person who has signed up to speak, family of John Horton, is not yet present. Jennifer, is that correct?
That is still correct, yes. If I see her name come up, I will let you know as soon as I do.
All right, thank you. Then in that case, we will move to agenda item 2B, which is a discussion regarding possible motion to approve the proposed budget priorities letter to the CEO regarding the sheriff's budget. First of all, I want to thank the chair of the budget committee, Vice Chair Tolentino, and Commissioner Harris for their work on this difficult and, for many of us, complex issues. The ad hoc committee, as you all probably know, have had numerous meetings with the Sheriff's Department and made a presentation along with some members of the Sheriff's Department at the last meeting. And there are now 2 budget memos that have been attached to the agenda. And I'd like to, for an introduction to this, turn this over to Vice Chair Tolentino.
Thank you, Chair Rubin. The first memo is a summary of our activities leading to the need for the Commission to submit the proposed letter of support for identified priorities to the CEO before the Board of Supervisors recommended budget hearing set to take place this coming April 20th, 2021. This Board of Supervisors is for the consideration as part of the CEO's recommendations related to the countywide 2021-22 recommended budget. The ad hoc committee has identified certain items of priorities. The first is the body-worn cameras, which is in alignment with the July 26th COC's recommendation. The mental evaluation team restoration, and it's to restore the 6 positions for the MET teams and for the funding that was lost when Prop 109 funding was redirected. The Integrated Co-Response and Crisis Intervention Bureau priority is in alignment with the COC's February 15, 2018 recommendation concerning MET expansion. This will increase the MET units to 45 from the current 33. And then the Veterans Evaluation Team is to meet the co-response needs of a growing veteran population. Attached also is the proposed letter of support to be sent out from the Commission. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, or Commissioner Harris. Also, thank you to the staff that assisted us, Frederick Turner and Tracy Johnson Turner.
Commissioner Harris, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
No, I think Commissioner Tolentino covered it quite well. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions from or any discussion from any other commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Ochen.
I am just going to renew my concern and objection to additional funding for the Sheriff's Department for mental health evaluation teams. I understand that we believe, many of us on this commission believe that this is a stopgap measure, that it is necessary to ensure that people with mental health crises and their families are protected from what might otherwise be an aggressive response that we see all too often from the Sheriff's Department that can lead to unnecessary uses of force, up to and including killing the individual who needs the help. And we've seen this time and time again, as recently as a couple of weeks ago with a young person who had autism, shot and killed by a member of the sheriff's department. So I understand the concern, and I recognize that it's very real. But my concern is that to the extent that we continue to pour money into the sheriff's department for rapid response, then it will starve other agencies that are better equipped to address the real and acute mental health needs of our communities. I believe the money should be diverted to the Department of Mental Health, to the Department of Public Services. We have heard time and time again the Department of Mental Health say they could use additional resources to develop a rapid response infrastructure. And if the county continues to give money to the Sheriff's Department precisely for that purpose, then it obviates the need for additional funding to go to the Department of Mental Health. If mental health is involved in this, in terms of clinicians joining deputies, why not just give the money to them? If we drafted such a letter, I would happily sign on to it, because we do need rapid response teams across the county that can adequately and professionally address these situations. But the sheriff's department continuing to put money into a sheriff's department that we all recognize is mismanaged, is violent all too often in situations where it is unwarranted, I think sends a mixed message, and it ultimately undermines our goal of being able to build out infrastructure for public health and mental health that can better serve our communities.
Commissioner Ocean, I perfectly understand your concerns. If you might recall that I think 2 meetings ago, we did send out a letter to the Department of Mental Health encouraging them to raise their priority. They didn't have the mental health teams as a priority, and so we encouraged them. Also, I think in the budget discussions, I was very pleased to listen to the Department of Mental Health. I was very more than willing to work with the Sheriff's Department. I realize this is a stopgap measure, but it's one that's needs with a sense of urgency. For exactly the same reasons that you were citing of recent events. I mean, those are of great concern to us, and that's why we focused on these expansions.
Can I just note that there's already movement happening at the state level? There's legislation pending that would enable jurisdictions across the state to create rapid response, non-law enforcement teams that can address these kinds of situations. If the state legislature can see the wisdom in this, why are we still so myopic in viewing the sheriff as the only vehicle for the creation of these teams? I think we should be drafting a memorandum to the state legislature indicating our support for such measures and preparing to create the infrastructure for a non-punitive, non-law enforcement response to what are our health crises. That's what they are. We don't send the sheriff's deputies to someone who's having a heart attack. We send the EMTs, we send firefighters because they're better equipped. And you know what? EMTs and firefighters have never killed anyone who called for help for a heart attack. So why are we continuing to embrace this failed model? I'm not going to say anything further about it because I think I've made my point. But I don't think simply saying this is what we have, so this is what we have to work with will suffice. If that was the case, the Civilian Oversight Commission wouldn't exist. If that was the thinking of the Board of Supervisors, the OIG wouldn't exist. If that was the thinking of so many people, something doesn't exist, so we can't embrace it or try to build it out, we wouldn't have the progress that we have in this county around so many critical issues. So I would just encourage the commission to think more creatively, to think more broadly, and to be more visionary about how to address the real needs of our community rather than relying on old, outdated, unworkable long-term models.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, these are all important points. My position is that there is room for new and alternative community models. Absolutely, I support that 1000%. Some are underway. There's some experiments going on. We need to experiment more. But I don't want us to forget that the failed model is not met. That is not a failed model. It is the model that works, that is functioning now. We have been supportive of Met. I know, and we have many issues with this within the Sheriff's Department, obviously. But the Met model has been the one that has been successful. It is a collaborative model. It is not just the Sheriff's Department. County mental health needs their funding. You can't do it without clinicians. You can't do it without the more highly trained deputies who work the Met teams. LAPD is expanding their SMART teams. I feel like we were extremely supportive. And then we've had lots of issues that have come up around sheriffs encounters with the public, and we know what sometimes that is such a disaster. But that is not what Met has been doing. That is not what Met has been doing. So it's like, I feel like we have a model that actually does work. We can have other models and support other models, but I really want to encourage us to go with something that is workable. And I keep saying nobody dies when Met shows up. There would be so much fewer encounters with people, disasters with people with mental illness, if Met teams can show up. And to my mind, that is one, it's not the only one we should have. It's the one we have now that's functioning. I totally support other models, but there are also going to be, I think, discernments about when you have a community model and when you might need to have Met go out. So we're still in such a discovery period, and I don't want us to not to give up on Met when we don't have confidence in some other things that the Sheriff's Department is doing and has done.
Yes, Commissioner Kennedy.
I want to echo what Patty Giggin said, that I don't think that this is an either or proposition. It should be a both and. We should pursue the agenda that Commissioner Ochen talks about, and we should continue to fund the Met. There are different levels of response that are needed, and there may be times where the Met model is exactly the best response because the situations are all very different. But the reason I support the Met so strongly is I was on the ad hoc, and when we looked into it, we saw that when Met responds, nobody ever gets killed. And in light of that, I just am very reluctant to eliminate funding to one of the best units that the Sheriff Department has in kind of achieving the goals of 21st century policing, where it is trauma informed, mental health informed. It seeks to de-escalate situations. It takes into account the struggles of people with mental illness in crisis. This is exactly the model of 21st century policing that we want. And I think we should be building Met, not defunding Met.
Thank you for that. If there are no other commissioner comments, yes, Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, I wanted to move that the full commission adopt the report and the recommendations of the Budget Ad Hoc Committee. Thank you.
Including sending the letters to the CEO and the Board of Supervisors?
Well, I assume that executive staff, the executive director would send this to whoever it should go to. Of course, it should go to the CEO and to other members of the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff's Department and so forth. But I mean, I don't know that we have to have that in a motion, but if that's part of the motion, yes, I would agree that it should be sent to the appropriate people within the County of Los Angeles.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there All right, the motion has been made and seconded. Before we vote on the motion, we should hear public comment. Jennifer, how many members of the public have asked to speak on this issue?
Right now, there are 8 members who have logged on that have registered. As a reminder to everyone listening, if you would like to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host. But right now, Chair Rubin, we are at 8.
All right, would you proceed to take public comment, and then we can vote on the motion after that. Thank you.
Sounds good. And our first public comment will come from Ellen Giese. Ellen, you are on. Oh, please go ahead.
Do a Spanish.
Sure, please go ahead.
Buenos días. Si necesita una traducción al español de su comentario público, simplemente diga la palabra español y un intérprete le dará instrucciones antes de que empiece a compartir sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And Ellen Giese, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I would like to once again ask this commission to listen more strongly to Commissioner Ochen, as she is the only one here that makes sense to me when she speaks and seems to have this clear understanding of what the citizens of LA County want and have asked for and have voted for over and over again. Alternatives. As part of the ATI vision, we need alternative, non-LASD, non-law enforcement response to mental health crises. Crisis intervention teams are not effective at preventing violence against medically vulnerable communities over time. And, you know, we've got such a huge veteran population here, over almost 50,000. And in 2019, on any given night, almost 4,000 of them were unhoused. And these are the ones who need our attention. They need our help. They don't need police showing up to these encounters and killing them. We know cops cannot be reformed. This is a system that was founded in racism. It cannot be reformed. You're talking, Commissioner Tarantino, about needing immediate response, immediate action. I say immediate action is to disband the entire police force. There's your immediate action. That would solve so much of the problems. And then you would have all of that money to put toward these emergency response medical health teams, EMTs, medically trained, those trained to deal with mental health crises in the same way an EMT is trained to deal with someone having a heart attack. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Jessica Craven. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Jessica.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much, commissioners. I guess I'm only commenting on 2B right now. Yeah, I guess I just want to echo what Commissioner Ocean said. So, I mean, better than I ever could, and also the last speaker, that it makes me so sad to hear you all talk about this as if it's a sort of a foregone conclusion, and no one is really listening to what Commissioner Ocean is saying, and also what the people of Los Angeles are organizing and saying and have been saying for so many, many months and years now, which is that the sheriff's department is so broken, giving them 1 penny towards anything that they might want to try to do, knowing that, I mean, your bar is so low. You say, well, nobody's died yet. Well, no one's been killed by this department. Do you know how sad that sounds from the outside? We need so much more than that. What about the Care First budget? Rather than giving funding to the LASD for anything, I really urge you to prioritize funding alternatives to incarceration and community-based systems of care. I read the 14-piece series by Cerise Castle in Knock LA. If you haven't read it, I couldn't sleep the night after I read it, knowing just the extent of the poison that is running through our sheriff's department. We can't give them another penny. We don't want to keep them in the Department of Health Services facilities. We need to give the funds to anybody but them. You could give them to Santa Claus, and it would be better allocated than to a sheriff's department that is literally hellbent on killing and torturing Los Angelinos, particularly of color. So please allocate these funds towards creating additional dedicated de-escalation teams at each hospital, hiring community advocates who can focus on de-escalating conflict while working as patient advocates, investing in mental health services and response teams, and training private security, hospital staff, and providers in de-escalation, anti-racism, and trauma-informed care that is patient-centered and ethically sound. As a longtime resident of Los Angeles, I can tell you that the Sheriff's Department is irredeemable. It is not fixable, and the only thing we can do is starve it of funding.
Conclude your time.
Thank you.
And the next comment will come from MJ King. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, MJ.
Thank you. Now is a time to step in courageously to reimagine public safety in LA County. Excuse me. LA needs to redirect money in ways that help our communities thrive. What's needed now is a shifting of resources away from LASD and investment towards community-based approaches to public safety. I've spoken David Ordaz's name during multiple COC meetings. We all know that Sheriff's Department, they murdered him before Met arrived. Or Ruben Herrera, whose preventable murder inside of a hospital established the code gold that sheriff's deputies ignored when Nicholas Burgos was accessing healthcare. Less than a year ago, LASD killed Eric Braceno, suffering a mental health crisis. His parents called for a mental health team. Instead, sheriff's deputies barged in without permission to his room where he was sleeping, beat him up, and tased him 7 times while his mother pleaded for them to stop. Then the deputies sequestered the parents in different cars and ransacked the house looking for evidence to plant to provide justification for their misconduct. Can you imagine dying as a result of being tased and beaten when you are experiencing a mental health crisis? Forget the mental health crisis. This is not how we treat people. Years ago, LASD killed Jasmine Ng. We haven't forgotten. Stop this pattern of LASD killing community members suffering mental health crises. These were all preventable deaths. We need to shift funding from LASD co-response teams to crisis response teams that do not involve law enforcement, either PMRT or crisis response programs being run by CBOs. Law enforcement involved is more likely to lead to trauma, more likely to lead to the incarceration of a person we are trying to help, and more likely to escalate the situation. You yourselves have acknowledged this. Get LASD out of hospitals and mental health crisis response. In addition to hospitals, police should have no business with traffic enforcement, which is effectively a license to racially profile, stop, harass, brutalize, and kill. In honor of Dante Wright, LASD should not be in pretextual stops. We're losing our own community members during routine traffic stops. In the name of Dejan Kazee and Paul Rea, don't wait for one more. LASD must be out of traffic enforcement. Last, please support the funding and establishment of the Public Defender's Law Enforcement Accountability Unit. The Sheriff's Department has proven they will not and cannot hold themselves accountable. Stop wasting our money on payouts for families who cannot get their loved ones back.
Thank you. And that does conclude your time. The next comment will come from Eric Previn. Eric, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. Do I have to do anything or just speak?
Just go ahead and speak. You have 2 minutes.
Right, thank you. Yeah, I apologize for getting in late. This is a Cisco system. I'm not familiar with it, but you know, I feel that people are on the right track by pointing out that, you know, the Sheriff's Department being involved in activities like pulling vehicles over. Think about this for a minute. For any reason, except for a really dangerous situation, just creates more problems. It's not a good idea. The case where they had a late registration, if it's Dante Wright, I think, and they pulled someone over to create an opportunity for a tragedy is so bad. And I don't want to say I told you so about the tasers, but 50,000 volts being injected into a human being is inhumane, for one thing. It's ineffective for a second thing. This is just yet another example of how those tools, by the way, they changed their name to Axon, as you know, not a surprise. The body cam people, whom the sheriff has done, frankly, you have to give him credit for pushing through, putting them in place, because the prior regime, McDonnell and Baca, stonewalled the CCJ recommendation to have body cams and instead wasted millions and millions of dollars putting up ineffective, no audio stuff in the jail itself. You know, the sheriff is in a pitched battle now because he has refused to cooperate appropriately with the supervisors, but the supervisors have not conducted themselves well. they've created a us versus them situation that will never allow us to redistribute and redeploy these important resources. So much of the county's budget is for this kind of law enforcement. And I can only say, to the supervisor's credit, good work on aiming at diversion, because that's what we really need. We don't want people incarcerated unless it's absolutely required. So as for Villanueva, he ought to put the custody manual on the table, because then all of the egregious things that came out,
Thank you.
like the
And
Amador
that does
case.
conclude your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. And the next comment will come from Lourdes Gomez. Lourdes, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I just want to say that I find that is really hard to handle situations like what happened to Isaias Cervantes in his house. He was shot. He is a person with a disability. He's autistic. It was publicly known, and that it's really making every family of a person with autism or a developmental disability afraid. Our kids have had additional support all through their education, and now this person was labeled as a criminal. The police was called in because the family and the therapist were having a hard time. This person's routine had been broken because his dad had COVID and he was hospitalized. People on the spectrum have to have a very ritualistic routine. That was broken. This person had a mental breakdown like many other people who are on the spectrum. Now this person is called a criminal. Why? Because he refused, he was having a mental health crisis. He was not answering to the police officers. He cannot hear very well. And yet this is a situation where he was shot in his own living room in front of his family. I find that because he did not respond to the police officers who within 3 minutes end up shooting him on his back once he was on the floor. It is very hard to work with the police officers, work with people like that. My child was asking for help at his school. You know what the answer was? Because my child was gifted and nobody knew he had autism, he ended up being put in the police car more than 20 times because he was having meltdowns, because he was having a hard time adjusting to middle school and later on high school, because he was not properly diagnosed. So you really seriously think that asking for help deserves to be handcuffed, taken to a hospital? How do you respond to that when you're asking for help and you get treated like a criminal? This is a teenager. This is a kid. My child was 13 the first time he was put in the back of the police car for asking for help. I'm sorry, we're creating trauma. And it's not going to be easy for those people to adjust to society and to understand that asking for help means that you get the police into your house or into your life. Please, let's find a way. We have evidence-based information and we know that this is creating trauma. How much can you traumatize a person and then expect them to be willing to trust the police officers? Please, let's work on something that makes sense. Stop traumatizing the people and stop creating more trauma that leads to incarceration. Why? Because they're lost. They don't understand the process when you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next comment will come from Jeanette Ellie Royston. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Jeanette.
Thank you so much for this space. I just want to make the statement that I strongly support a letter to our supervisors. I support Commissioner Owen. It is time for us to become creative in how to address our residents. We need to assist our sheriff and allow them to do law enforcement work instead of having them do mental illness issues. We must change the narrative. If we change the narrative, we may come up to a position better than what we have been using. I understand the MET program has been in existence for a while, but it's proven that it isn't working. So it's time for us to change our narrative. I would like for us to begin to listen to the people, change the narrative. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tamara K. Tamara, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good day. I'd like to send power and strength to the families on the call today. I agree 100% with Miss Oshun. It's a shame that this commission isn't taking everything in the context she has said more seriously, because everything she has stated makes perfect sense. And I'm actually appalled by the rest of the commission that is trying to actually pour more funds into the corrupt sheriff's department that is continually causing trauma and killing our folks out here. We are demanding, the community is continually demanding that you fund Black and brown communities, that you take the money out of law enforcement that's actually causing the trauma and pain to these families in the community, and that you reimagine what public safety looks like. Time and time again, week after week, month after month, day after day, we're on these calls demanding that this commission actually take a stance. And it's actually shameful that the rest of this commission is not listening to Priscilla Oshun. What she's stating makes perfect sense. You have failed systems, and that they're founded in systemic racism. You cannot reform these systems, right? We have to reimagine, recreate what public safety looks like. And mental health is a huge pandemic itself, especially in Los Angeles with our homeless and vet community. I myself witnessed the LAPD chasing a man and tackling him last night in front of my eyes for simply crossing the street. He did nothing wrong, and he was chased and attacked and thrown in the back of the car simply for crossing the street. I witnessed the whole entire thing. So we absolutely need to reimagine this.
Thank you. And that does conclude your time. The next comment will come from Valerie Vargas. Valerie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, hi. My name is Valerie Vargas. I'm actually the aunt of Anthony Vargas. And just hearing that you guys want to keep investing in the sheriff's department as a response team is appalling. You know, it's already been proven that law enforcement is more likely to lead to a person experiencing trauma. And they're gonna kill him. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and raise the name of David Ordonez Jr., who was killed on March 14th. You know, the Met team was supposed to go out, and instead of waiting for the Met team to go out, the sheriff's department, they just reacted. They escalated the situation. You know, investing in sheriff's departments, like, they don't know how to de-escalate. They know how to like resolve the situation by using their guns. We don't need more money in the sheriff's department and going out to crisis calls. I can't tell you how many families I've already met and talked to where this has been an issue, where their loved one was killed by the sheriff's department because they were trying to respond to a crisis call. So I don't even know what to say about you guys wanting to invest more in the Met team, with the sheriffs being there. The money needs to go on licensed professionals, and the sheriff's department is not one. It's not one. Like a few weeks ago, we got called out to another call where we had to go because this family was an impacted family member. And we had to go help them because they called the Met team. The Alley Sheriff's Department had killed their son, and we got called out because they were in fear of having the same deputy who killed their son being called out on one of a cousin. And how did the Sheriff's Department respond? They responded by walking up the stairs with their hands on their gun. It's just re-traumatizing the community all over again.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Michelle, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Good morning, everyone. My apologies. I missed part of this morning because I've had to jump on about 4 or 5 times. I've had very poor Wi-Fi service. So I've missed part of this, but if you're trying to take money and give it to the Sheriff's Department, that's appalling. Just the idea that you would even talk about it. The Sheriff's Department has costed $70 million in liability. That $70 million could have gone for a lot of different things for the community and possibly things that the sheriff's department needs. But instead, you're willing to give a department that continues to kill Black and brown people and give them money to do what? To kill more Black and brown people and keep getting away with it? That money could be spent in the communities, not in the sheriff's department. They get money to do their work and their job. And here you want to take more money away from what the community could have when they're being tortured day after day and their lives are being lost. It's beyond my comprehension that we would even be wasting our time at a civilian oversight meeting and that you would be having this discussion about giving the sheriff's department money. You need to go to the people that you work for, which is the County Board of Supervisors, and make them responsible for continuously year after year paying liability claims when people are losing their lives. You need to take that money that you're considering for a budget for the sheriff's department. You don't need to reimagine anything. You live every day and you hear people losing their lives. That money needs to go to the community, and you need to stop thinking about giving more money to the sheriff's department.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from
So
Gina.
sorry, but I had to jump
and-
on for that one.
And
Helen.
Gina Viola, you will be next. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. The Sheriff's Department is rooted in white supremacy and results from the intentional criminalization of Black and brown communities. This system cannot be reformed. It must be dismantled and a real system of public safety rebuilt from the ground up. You are the Civilian Oversight Commission. Civilians have voted to tell you to stop funding law enforcement as a solution to our social ills. First, with Measure R, 73% of our county told you no more money to law enforcement. Then with Measure J, 57% of the county told you no more money to law enforcement. Civilians have organized to tell you to stop funding law enforcement. The Justice LA Coalition has given countless hours of labor to craft the alternatives to incarceration. It is time you fund that report and the findings in that report. And finally, we are in the streets demanding that you defund the sheriff, defund law enforcement, and invest in healthy communities. My heart goes out to the families on the call, the Vargas family. I can't say it any better. I second, third, and fourth everything that Valerie Vargas said earlier, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Logan Reese. Logan, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hello. I really don't know how any of you can sit here and listen to these families and community members who are grieving at the trauma that they've experienced at the hands of the sheriff's department and still agree to give the sheriff's department more money. It's really beyond my comprehension. And I don't know how any of you sleep at night knowing that you're funding this type of white supremacist violence. You have a 50-page report attached to the agenda for this meeting outlining the history of white supremacist gangs operating within the sheriff's department. And you want to give them more money? Why are you giving them money? It makes no sense. This is the biggest source of trauma and violence in the county, is the sheriff's department. Stop giving them more money. They can't be reformed. We've tried to reform them for the last 50 years. Nothing has changed. They are still overrun with white supremacist gangs of murderers who drive around the city, murdering people, and then high-fiving each other and giving each other tattoos for it. I really don't understand how we're talking about giving them another penny of our money. It's our money. Stop giving it to them. yeah, I don't know how you guys can sit here and listen to this and still even consider giving them more money. You should be taking money away from them, if not dismantling the department entirely. That's your job. That's what we're paying you to do. Do your jobs, dismantle the sheriff's department, defund the police, reinvest in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Desiree Robledo. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Desiree.
Thank you. I feel like the police brutality is an excessive and unwarranted, the unwarranted use of the law enforcement. It's an extreme form of the extreme police misconduct. Whoever's agreeing to fund the police department after violating civil rights and the right to live, you're just as guilty as the other person that's pulling the trigger because you're funding them. I've had numerous loved ones experience so much harm and so much inhumane treatment by Los Angeles Police Department, the sheriffs, including myself, with the rudeness and the unprofessionalism that they have. Like I said, every human inherits the right to live and the right to life. So where does that come into play? And when do our human rights and the civil rights come in? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Stephanie Luna. Stephanie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes. Stephanie Luna.
And Stephanie, I'm sorry to interrupt. We are having a hard time hearing you. If you can move to a location with a better Wi-Fi connection.
Okay, can you hear me now?
That's better, thank you.
Okay. Yes, hi, my name is Stephanie Luna, and I am the aunt of Anthony Daniel Vargas. By allowing the sheriff's department more funding, you guys aren't really fixing the bigger problem. It just seems like you're renewing their licenses to kill our kids. On March 14, 2021, the sheriff's department refused to wait for the Met team to arrive, and they went ahead and killed David Ordaz Jr. when all he needed was help. Less than a year ago, they killed Eric Briseño when all he needed was help. A few weeks ago, they showed up and shot Isaí Cervantes when all his family needed was help. We don't need the sheriff's department showing up in situations where mental health help is required. We need to shift the funding from LASD co-response teams to crisis response teams that do not, and I repeat, that do not involve law enforcement at all. The sheriff's department, they're not trained to de-escalate situations. I'm pretty sure we're all aware of that. All they know how to do is show up, traumatize family, and murder our kids. They refuse to wait for the Met teams to arrive and instead take matters into their own hands. We can't have this happening anymore. You guys have the power to take that funding away from the sheriff's department and invest it into licensed professionals who know how to properly do their jobs. When there's a call for help, we shouldn't have to follow the deputies responding with our cameras on to make sure that they don't kill our loved ones. But sadly, this is exactly what happens. I personally followed 4 deputies who all had their hands on their guns responding to a call for help. Once again, responding to a call for help from a family friend, and simply because they refused to wait for the Met team, they proceeded up the stairs, all deputies with their hands on their guns. This is a serious problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last public comment on this item will come from Andres Kwan. Andres, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, Andres Kwan, ACLU. Commissioner Ochen couldn't have said it better. Budgets are moral documents that reveal our values and priorities, and let's face it, our values and priorities in LA have been dead wrong for centuries. They've been punishment and death, creating the largest experiment in human caging in the country and therefore the world. From the moment the first public building in LA was the county jail. We've been the carceral capital of the world. So this is the legacy of the Sheriff's Department, the largest in the nation, overseeing the largest jail. And the Sheriff's Department's legacy has been one of white supremacy, as Gina mentioned, and the corresponding abuse, brutality, and murder of Black and brown folks that come along with that with impunity. My question is, how can we take a holistic approach to the budget as a moral document? Because right now the Sheriff's Department is not only killing and brutalizing with impunity on our dime, and they're also wasting our precious taxpayer resources that could be going to community-based, life-sustaining solutions. For one, I would echo all the calls for a non-LAC crisis and mental health response. Second, in the name of Donta Wright, the John KZ, Paul Ray, and so many others, we have to boot LASD out of the business of traffic enforcement. You know that police enforcing the vehicle code is effectively licensed to racially profile, stop, harass, brutalize, and kill. Not only Donta Wright here in LA, we had the John KZ, stop for an alleged vehicle code infraction, apparently for riding his bike in the opposite direction. Paul ran in a routine traffic stop, and so many more. And LAC's own data, about 70% of people stopped were for traffic violations, significant amount for equipment and non-moving violations. And all this is proportionally impacting Black and brown people.
That does conclude your time. The next comment, we do have a couple of additional people. Mateo Nagasi, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Mateo.
Thank you. I want to echo all of the things that the Vargas family have mentioned today. I also want to echo what Commissioner Ochen has said, and I just can't believe the amount of disrespect that she's been given on this call on this subject. Malcolm X said the most disrespected person in the United States is a Black woman. You need to listen to this Black woman. Okay, we need to divert funds from the Sheriff's Department. You have on other issues here talking about gangs and cliques as if they're two different departments. You're talking about the same department. Stop giving them money. These Met units don't have authority. They don't get to push back on these sheriffs when they're in these moments. The sheriffs will give you 10 minutes, an hour before they kill your loved ones. They need to step back. We need to get the money away from the Sheriff's Department. It's rooted in white supremacy. It's rooted in racism. Let's all stop acting like that is not an issue now. Let's take that money away from law enforcement and into our community. Okay, I've been ridiculed for having a shaking hand when I found a Black man running around naked, and then 8 cop cars showed up. I asked which ones are medical unit, and they saw my hand shaking because I was triggered and wanted to know if I needed medication. Just ridiculous. They are inadequate to the task. Okay, and we need to divert funding, all funding. This is not 21st century policing. We need to have mental health and other services for our community. Okay, the Los Angeles City Council at this moment is considering moving traffic enforcement to the Department of Transportation. That will save lives. What you all need to start doing is saving lives.
Thank
you. That doesn't begin.
And that does conclude your time.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
The last comment will come from Nayela Hernandez. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Nayeli Hernandez. I am a public safety commissioner from the city of Cudahy, but I am also a social worker with a social work background. And I called to echo on everyone's comments and, for the commission to listen to Ms. Ocean, Priscilla Ocean, and defund the police. Defunding the police calls us to consider our alternatives that allows us to divest from policing and invest in other resources like healthcare, mental health, education, addiction, you name it, other treatments that the community needs, vital services that help communities. We all deserve to live in communities where we feel safe, where neighbors can connect with each other and help each other. Defunding the police really really puts a stand, to where you are with the community. And if you are against the community, then you are not for the community. So your stance really matters in this budget. So I demand for you to reallocate the budget. We see police officers killing. They are the thugs committing crimes, targeting Black and Brown communities. Community-based transformative and restorative forms of justice can stop violence. Body cameras, trainings, and other so-called reform measures have proven to be largely ineffective and have not solved systemic problems. Instead, we should be working with communities to reduce the role of policing while building up institutions that do keep communities safe, people safe, like unarmed crisis response teams. We need to de-escalate situations the sheriff's department is not capable of doing, and defunding the police and investing in our communities is an important step. I call for you to listen to the public, listen to everyone's comments, and listen to one of your commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. And that does conclude all of the public comments on this item, Chair Rubin.
Thank you all for your public comments. Before we take a vote, I see Commissioner Ochen has her hand raised. If you want to add anything briefly, thank you.
Yes, so I'm so grateful for everyone who spoke today, especially the families who've had loved ones murdered by members of the Sheriff's Department. So I just want to add something that was mentioned by the public commenters. One is, I don't think we should be measuring the effectiveness of MET just by the fact that they don't kill anyone. That is a very low bar. We could also be thinking about how they interact with individuals when they arrive. We should note that by their very presence, they are coercive. In other words, that is antithetical to the sort of trauma-informed response that we wish to have. Police in and of themselves are triggering. They are scary. They produce distance between the clinician and the client. And police inherently have a law enforcement function such that even if they're responding to a mental health crisis, they can still make arrests, they can still investigate, which is traumatizing the entire family and potentially subject folks to liability because there is a law enforcement first responder. That's not the case again with EMTs. That's not the case with the fire department. It is the case with the sheriff's department. I haven't seen this commission invest in exploring alternatives. We're trying to get funding to do so with Measure R, but I think we keep doubling down, not on a 21st century model of policing, but a 20th century model of policing that requires law enforcement to respond to every social problem. That is a 20th century form of policing, not 21st. I would like this commission to seriously look at alternatives. The city of Los Angeles is doing this. The city of San Francisco is doing this. Why isn't the county of Los Angeles, or at least this commission, because the ATI working group is doing it. Other groups are looking at this question. Why are we so doggedly persisting in embracing this model, which is outdated? Even if they don't kill anyone, it doesn't mean it's the most effective model. And I think we should be exploring models that put these mobile response teams in other county departments, like the Department of Mental Health, that aren't punitive, that don't have a law enforcement function, that don't have the power to arrest, that aren't coercive, that aren't intimidating, and will actually support the health and thriving of folks that they are responding to rather than potentially compounding it. Not killing someone is a low bar. And frankly, it's embarrassing that that's our measure of success.
Thank you for that. And I'm glad you certainly made the distinction of not killing somebody is a low bar to working towards saving lives. There is a motion that is before us, and Ms. Williams, if you would call the roll and take a vote, please.
Commissioner Bonner?
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giggins,
I vote aye.
Commissioner Harris,
I vote aye.
Commissioner Kennedy,
I vote yes.
Commissioner Ochin,
No.
Chair Rubin,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Tolentino.
Yes.
Okay, with the majority of votes, aye, motion carries.
Thank you for that. I understand that our family impact remark, individual Helen Jones is now present. Is that correct, Jennifer?
Yes, it is.
All right. If you would ask her to please address the commission. Welcome, Ms. Jones, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
So Helen, you are unmuted now. Please go ahead and begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Helen Jones. I'm the mother of John Horton. On these deputy gangs, it is so many deputy gangs out here. And if this was street gangs out here killing folks and killing the citizens of Los Angeles, these gangs would have been shut down. The feds would have been came in and shut these gangs down. And it is so sad that myself and other family members, I mean, across the county of Los Angeles, that we have to deal with these gangs. Then the sad part about it, everybody know about the gangs. This commission know about this gang. The sheriff department even done spoke on their own gangs, and they get to just run around and kill folks, intimidate us, come out and threaten our family members, ride by our houses, and they raise their guns at us because they did my family like that at one of the services that we had for my son John at a candlelight visual. And it's so sad that our families are impacted like this, and then the sheriff department get to sit back and don't do nothing. And I just really don't understand how do the citizens of Los Angeles have to put up with this. It's over 18 gangs, and I'm pretty sure it's a lot more gangs than what's written. And I'm pretty sure everybody know this. And it's just so sad that we as the family members, impacted family members, it's been 12 years for me since my son been killed by the sheriff department. The 3,000 boy sheriff deputy gang that holds the third floor of the men's central jail. It's been 12 years and nothing, I'm talking about nothing has been done with John's murder. I know this commission know about John's murder. I've been speaking about John's murder for years now, 12 years. I remember in 2017, I believe it was March of 2017, when I first came to this commission, and I spoke about my son. I showed photos of my son. Everybody know about my son's case, but guess what? The sheriff department get to laugh in my face, not only my face, but all these other family faces. And just think if this commission would have been able to do something for John back in 2017, March of 2017, it wouldn't be all these deaths today if this commission could have done something. And I understand back then y'all hands was really tied, but y'all can at least let the families know what they can do. If y'all can't help, at least let the family know what could we do. When the families come in there crying out, trying to tell y'all that they've been harassed by these gangs, it's true. It's real. Y'all know this by now. So what I really want to say is, my point here is, if y'all would have did something and could have done something when I came to y'all in 2017, March 2017. Look how many families been affected since then. Look how many people's been killed since 2017 when I first came to this commission and, you know, to tell y'all about my son. I even had depositions. I had crime scene photos, autopsy reports. I got everything. You don't even have to go look and see what's going on in my case, but everybody turning their back to me. And I know this commission is nothing really y'all can do. And I'm really here speaking because I have a duty for my son, John. I have a duty to all the families all over the world, period, to speak up and let them know what's going on. So that's my reason for really being here today, because I know this commission can't help me with my baby. I know that for sure. But what y'all can do, y'all can help these other families. Y'all can do something. And if there's anything that has to do with money, we can help y'all raise the money if it's a money problem, because it's nothing but money. That's all this is about. So I really wish y'all could at least stand up and help these families and help shut these gangs down. Because Alex Weber, he would never shut these gangs down. These are his gangs. He been in these gangs for years. This been going on for a long time. He just not knowing about this just now. He been knowing about this. He been in the sheriff department for years. So I just really hope that if y'all can't do nothing for the families legally, I wish y'all could let the families know what to do. You know, direct them on how to fight the sheriff department, how to fight back. Because if we don't stop these deputy gangs from roaming our city and doing what they doing, and murdering our children, how do they just get to murder our kids and everybody just look the other way? It's really sad. It really is sad. So I just hope this commission, I know it's a lot y'all can't do from a legal standpoint, but y'all can at least let the families know what they can do. What do they need to file? And I just wish y'all can at least like get together and call in on the federal government. I mean, really show them what's going on, because I know everybody on this commission knows what's going on inside the sheriff's department. I know all of y'all know, and I really appreciate the hard work that y'all do, but I just wish y'all could just help the family a little bit better on fighting these deputies gangs, because if these were street gangs that was doing this, they would have been shut down. They would have been rounded up and thrown in jail. So I really appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. And we appreciate your being here, and we want you to know that we take your concerns seriously. And as you know, we have a large part of our meeting today has to do with deputy cliques, deputy gangs, secret subgroups, whatever one wants to call that. What I'd like to do at this point, we'll have to take a break at some point, but I would like to get started with a discussion on agenda item 2C, discussion regarding proposed policy changes for the sheriff's policy on deputy cliques, and also a presentation from the Loyola University Law School with Commissioner Kennedy and several of his students who have put together an extraordinary report. As part of that, I want to give a little bit of an introduction to our attempted dealings with the sheriff on this subject. As you know, he did come before the commission the end of last year, and frankly, his appearance was less than helpful in terms of discussing his policy on deputy clicks and where we believed he ought to be moving and what he ought to be doing. And since then, he has rejected our requests to meet with our ad hoc committee on deputy clicks. He has rejected an invitation to come and appear before our hearing today, indicating that he's already talked about it. He's already put together a policy last February, and basically, to use the vernacular, he's been one and done, and he isn't going to make any changes. He did have an opportunity to review our proposed policy changes, and he was dismissive and less than helpful. And as a result of his refusal to meet and discuss these issues and refusal to come back to this commission, it is going to be my request after we have concluded our discussion to have this commission vote to issue another subpoena for the sheriff to come and address this commission on this extremely important issue. With that, I'd like to get started with hearing from Commissioner Kennedy and students Jordi Garcia and Bianca Torres Murray, who will provide an overview of this outstanding report published by the Center for Juvenile Law and Policy at Loyola Law School, 50 Years of Deputy Gangs in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Following that presentation and discussion, we will hear from the ad hoc committee on a Deputy Click's proposed policy and Commissioner Bonner. So I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Kennedy. And while Commissioner Kennedy and his students are discussing the report, please hold your questions for them until after their presentation is made, so that we don't interrupt the presentation. Commissioner Kennedy, thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you, Leo. I want to thank all of my colleagues on COC for this opportunity to discuss Loyola's report on 50 years of deputy gangs in the LA Sheriff's Department. We prepared this report as a service to our community. And we had hoped that it would invite a frank discussion of gangs or cliques within the department. And here we are. I just want to say that our report was not commissioned by any government agency, and we did not accept any funds from third parties. Instead, Loyola clinical professors at the Center for Juvenile Law and Policy and student interns volunteered for over 2 years to research, investigate, and fact check this report. We interviewed scores of witnesses, including community members who had lost loved ones to police violence, juveniles who have interacted with sheriffs who they believed were in a deputy gang, and many members, past and present, of the department at every level. And I want to say that numerous retired sheriff employees in leadership positions reviewed the report before its release in January and attested to its accuracy from their point of view. I have the honor of presenting with two of my students who were devoted to releasing this report. Bianca Torres Murray is an undergraduate at Cal Berkeley, and Jordi Garcia is a 3L at Loyola Law School. And each of them worked so hard on this report that it's just an honor to have them here today and to present with them. And their commitment to positive change in our community is an inspiration to me. So I'm going to start by briefly summarizing the totality of the evidence, which we believe makes it difficult to deny the existence of deputy gangs within the department. And Bianca, I hope you'll weigh in because I know you spent so much time researching the individual gangs and cliques that we cover in the report. And then Bianca will briefly discuss the department leadership's tolerance of deputy gangs and cliques and tell us how that has eroded trust between the LASD and the communities that they serve. We have in here a 5-year study of deputy shootings. It's all the shootings in the immediate 5 years prior to release of the report. And it strongly suggests that the tolerance of these deputy gangs has increased the use of deadly force in Los Angeles County. And finally, Jordi will analyze the negative impact that 50 years of deputy gangs and cliques have had on our criminal justice system and our civil justice system. And we'll end with a brief plea for reform. So if we could have the next slide. What is the evidence of deputy gangs? Well, it's set forth in the report. The first 30 pages cover all that we were able to find about the deputy gangs in newspapers, in public commissions, in oversight reports, in depositions from members of the department, in pictures of logos and tattoos, often obtained from websites which sell to law enforcement officers memorabilia. And I'm going to highlight here 3. This first one with the dead man's poker hand, the ace of spades and an 8, is associated with the Jump Out Boys in the OSS unit, which is like LASD's gang unit. And you can see it's a skull, it's a gun. There are allegations that when a deputy is involved in a deputy shooting, you may enhance or adorn the tattoo by having smoke come out of the gun. This next one in the middle is the Banditos deputy gang in the East LA station. East LA is a real incubator of deputy gangs and cliques. It had the Little Red Devils, the Cavemen, and now the Banditos, which continues to grow as we speak. And you can see you have another skeleton with a bullet sash, holding a gun. And then finally, on the left, another recent deputy gang in the news. This is the Executioners deputy gang out of the Compton station. This is their tattoo. I believe it was taken in connection with a deposition, and you can see a skeleton with kind of a Nazi helmet and like it looks like a semi-automatic weapon with flames symbolizing emerging from hell itself. We have heard over and over again that the gangs are merely fraternities, drinking groups, social clubs, intramural sports teams. But it's hard to view when you view these tattoos, and this is just a sample. It's hard to view this as an intramural sports team. There are also many allegations and reports and oversight commission reports about members of the gangs throwing gang signs, using gang jargon like OG, herd on the yard, imposing taxes on other deputies who are not affiliated to pay for their activities, and conducting themselves in ways that I think could only be viewed as gang-like. And sheriffs have, over the course of time, downplayed or obfuscated about the gang. This is important. It's really not just Sheriff Villanueva. This has been happening for years. The report goes back the 6 administrations back, starting with Sheriff Pitchess, who, when he was confronted with the little red devil's tattoo, ordered a full investigation and found out that there were 47 members and laid it out in a memo what was going on. We don't know what he did, but we know he did investigate it. After Sheriff Pitchess did that, the investigation stopped, and the claim was that one could not investigate these gangs without violating deputies' constitutional rights. So that's actually a change that history reveals to us. Can we move on to the next slide? This is actually a creed, once again, addressing the narrative that often comes from ALADS or the Sheriff's Department that these are just social clubs. But you can see this is a creed that was seized from a sheriff's vehicle for the Jump Out Boys, which I just covered, and it talks about their creed. I've highlighted some parts. It talks about keeping a black book, and the book will contain the Jump Out Boys number, real name, date of initiation, dates of shootings, and the date the person started in the gang unit. Well, if you're recording the date of shootings, I think that shows how much emphasis is put on the culture of violence and how celebrated the use of deadly force really is as a result of membership in deputy gangs like this. There's also a part under Jump Out Boys mission that says members understand when the line needs to be crossed and crossed back. You know, that's a real concern because it has the flavor of vigilante justice and misstatement of facts and perjury based on the kind of singular evaluation of a member of the deputy gang that someone is guilty and that they'll do whatever needs to be done to achieve the goal. Could we move on to the next slide? And here is, again, part of the creed highlighting the tattoos meaning. That the writing is not mine. It was on the seized creed. And it said red eyes will be on all Jump Out Boy tattoos. If the gun is smoking, then that means the member has been involved in at least one shooting. So when sheriff leadership officials talk about this is all hearsay, it's all rumor and innuendo, this is a primary source. This is written by the members of the Jump Out Boys themselves. They are telling us what the purpose of the group is, and the purpose is to enforce vigilante justice, to use extremely aggressive methods, and to celebrate police shootings of people. Can we move on to the next slide? So our report, you know, myself and Bianca and Jordy, we are not the first to sound the alarm about the gang culture within the department. And often it's like, oh, well, this report, it's relying on newspaper articles. That's all hearsay. It's all unproven allegations. So I just wanted to highlight all of these commissions are discussed within the report, that it's not just Loyola. Commissions and oversight bodies have been talking about the deputy gangs and cliques or secret societies for years. In 1992, the Colts Commission identified the problem. It talked about the Little Red Devils in East LA and the Vikings in Linwood. In 1999, after a long series of hearings, the US Commission on Civil Rights expressed concerns about the Posse deputy gang, which inflicted beatings on people with mental illness in the jail because they were protesting the quote coddling of inmates, because the sheriff had initiated a policy of treating people with mental illness as more like patients than inmates, and they didn't like that. In 2012, the Citizens Commission on Jail Violence, which Commissioner Bonner sat on, recounted numerous issues with deputy cliques, the 2,000 boys, the 3,000 boys beating inmates in the jails. They mentioned that the problem was not limited to the jails. The regulators in Century Station were also involved in gang-like activity. The Office of Independent Review, which doesn't exist anymore, mentioned the gangs in a report talking about deputy on deputy violence committed by the 3,000 boys at a restaurant called Quiet Canyon. And in 2003, the US Department of Justice Civil Rights Division investigated alleged violations of civil rights in Antelope Valley, especially with Section 8 housing, and noted that the Rattlesnakes gang were very divisive in that community. And our Inspector General has repeatedly reported on inappropriate deputy clique or gang misconduct related to the Grim Reapers. Mr. Mondoyan was a member of that, the Banditos, the executioners who are in the news every day. I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to say that many third-party bodies who have studied the department have reached the same conclusion as this report. Could we move on? So more recently, I want to highlight that the people who are in charge themselves have acknowledged the existence of the deputy gangs, and they actually use the nomenclature gangs. I know there's a debate over that. There is a 2014 Professional Peace Officers Association, that's the management union for the sheriffs. They sponsored a debate for sheriff candidates, and everyone on this stage, except one person, publicly stated that the department had a gang problem. Sheriff McDonnell, who eventually won the election, said, looking at gangs and cliques, do we see them? Do we have them? We absolutely see and have them. And he named so many of the gangs that are discussed in the report. And Bob Olmsted, who's also retired now, but was a high-level member of the department, said the gangs aren't alleged. He corrected the debate moderator, saying it's not alleged, they're real. And he recounted some of the conduct I've already talked about. So I think that that's also compelling evidence that there is a gang culture and a gang problem within the department. Could we go to the next slide? So before I turn it over to Bianca, I want to say that the reason the report is over 50 pages is because we took the long view. The information usually comes out piecemeal when there's like a little scandal. And it's easy to say, that's a one-off. That's an allegation. It's not proven. But when you take the long view, the evidence of deputy gangs within the department is long-standing and substantial. And when you view it in its totality, it's hard to deny that there are deputy gangs in the LASD. So can we go to the next slide?
Hi,
The next
everyone.
part, the next part
Sorry.
of the report covers pages 31 and 43, and it deals with the impact of the gangs on community policing. And Bianca, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor Kennedy. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to speak here today. So I'm going to be addressing the community impact of these deputy gangs. So as a Latina and a person of color, I was very passionate about researching deputy gangs because I know that deputy gangs disproportionately impact communities of color in Los Angeles. Personally, the existence and tolerance of deputy gangs makes me angry. I have had the opportunity to volunteer as a peer mentor in an after-school program to young kids in East Los Angeles, one of the communities greatly affected by deputy gangs. And the thought of them being targeted by these gangs because of their background and the neighborhood they happen to live in is deeply upsetting to me. The consistent tolerance of deputy gangs demonstrates that the concerns communities of color have voiced against these gangs are not being taken seriously and have not been acted upon. Something that is very upsetting because publicly the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has maintained that they desire to build trust with the community. However, their actions of not taking these community concerns seriously do not reflect their words. So throughout my research, I have seen that deputy gangs promote an us versus them mentality, which furthers this culture and mentality within deputy gangs of being a warrior against the community. I think it's really important to highlight how this mentality and how this culture can make community members feel, when they are being constructed as enemies or quote unquote bad guys, rather than members of society who deserve respect. Because ultimately the intended purpose of law enforcement is to serve the community, not to be a source of distrust, trauma, and pain for the community.
Bianca,
And the
can we
violent,
change the slide?
for sure, yes. So yeah, this slide also illustrates further how this is really a big concern within many communities. As you can see in the back, some of the signs illustrate this concern. So yeah, the violent us versus them ideologies that criminalize predominantly communities of color can be very demoralizing and dehumanizing. And it's clear that, as we can see through this picture as well, that deputy gangs do not make the community feel safe. Rather, they provoke fear and distrust between the community and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Deputy gangs have often also escalated uses of force and violence. Thus, allowing deputy gangs to go unchecked undermines constitutional policing and hurts the community, conveying to them the message that their grievances and concerns are not of enough importance to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And I want to just discuss this because I had this very profound experience one time. As a recipient of the Princeton Prize in Race Relations, I was flown out to Princeton in New Jersey to participate in a race symposium where I actually had the opportunity to present regarding my research on deputy gangs. And everyone there that I talked to could not believe that these gangs existed. They were all shocked and appalled. They asked me multiple times, "Are you sure? Do you really know this?" And many other people who I've talked to about this, whether it be in my former high school or my current university, UC Berkeley, feel the same way. They just cannot believe what I am telling them. And so at the race symposium at Princeton, someone actually came up to me, very worried, and they asked me if I was scared, having done this research, that the deputy gangs would come after me. And I think that this comment was really profound, because it's representative of this culture of fear this culture of being scared that the deputy gangs promote. I really think it's unacceptable that predominantly communities of color are having to like put up with these very traumatic and unpleasant emotions and experiences. And I really urge accountability and action to be taken. So for this slide, I want to briefly go over this data set that's regarding use of force. The data displayed is a part of a 5-year study of all deputy gang shootings in Los Angeles County, and it reveals that the highest number of deputy-involved shootings occurred in stations with active gangs and long-standing deputy gang cultures, with the highest amount of shootings happening in East Los Angeles. It's important to note that the deputy gangs cluster around low-income communities with high percentages of residents who are people of color. I think it's important to note, we're not seeing these gangs appear in places like Malibu, for example. And I think it's also important to note that from this data, we see that Black and Latinx individuals make up over 80% of the people shot by LASD deputies over the past 5 years. The data from this chart suggests that there could be a correlation between deputy gangs and the occurrence of more violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bianca. I really appreciate it. This chart should really concern us all because we studied all the deputy shootings in LA County. And you can see that over half, there were like 134 in the end. This was a 5-year study. We're currently doing a 10-year study. And you can see like over half are in these 6 stations. And these 6 stations are reputed to have active deputy gangs, as Bianca said. And it's just hard to draw definitive conclusions because of the failure to investigate who is an inked member of a deputy gang and who isn't. But as we deep dive this data more and more, I think it's going to become clear that this problem has real consequences, as Bianca suggested. Bianca, so proud. Thank you for that. We're going to change the slide. And the report ends, so pages 45 through 53, move from the impact on constitutional policing and community policing to the impact of deputy gangs on our system of justice in LA County. And I'm going to turn it over to Jordy, who did an enormous amount of research on this issue. He's going to try to boil it down into a short and clear statement of how unchecked deputy gangs have infected our criminal and civil justice system.
Thank you, Professor Kennedy. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak regarding the Center for Juvenile Law and Policy report. As previously mentioned, my name is Jordy Garcia. I'm a 3rd-year law student at Loyola Law School. I'm here to discuss whether the First Amendment allows the Sheriff's Department to even investigate individual officers' membership in deputy cliques or gangs, and to discuss the impact such deputy gangs have upon due process. If we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. I'd like to first begin by addressing the question of whether it would be a violation of the First Amendment to investigate individual officers' membership in deputy cliques or gangs. It is not. The reason for this is that while it's true that officers do have First Amendment protections, they are also government employees. As a consequence, they have a reduced First Amendment protection compared to their fellow citizens. This is not a new concept. In the 1968 U.S. Supreme Court case of Pickering v. Board of Education, the court provided that the balance must be struck between the employee's right to speech and the government agency's interest in promoting efficient public services. Notably, in assessing this balance, we must first ask if the speech addresses a matter of public concern. If it doesn't even meet that, then we need to look no further, as the Sheriff's Department may, in fact, regulate such speech. Even still, if it does address a matter of public concern, we must then ask if the government agency's interest in promoting efficiency outweighs whatever topic is raised. Very briefly, a matter of public concern simply involves a matter of newsworthy interest for which the public may be concerned in. Considering the secretive nature of these deputy cliques and gangs, where they are not engaging with the public openly or advocating a position to the public, and considering the fact that they are purportedly simple social groups, drinking clubs, or intramural sports, these are fundamentally of a private, personal nature and would not warrant a matter of public concern. From that point alone, the Sheriff's Department should be allowed to regulate such associations. But for argument's sake, even if it were treated as a matter of public concern, the Sheriff's Department's interest in providing proper services to the public strongly outweighs these associations. Firstly, it degrades the public's trust in the Sheriff's Department, particularly with minority communities, as already mentioned by Ms. Murray. Additionally, within the departments themselves, the deputy gangs serve to disrupt the chain of command within the stations, as evidenced by the banditos and how they have essentially their own hierarchical structure that rank and file may turn to. And lastly, within this point, the existence of deputy gangs serves to interfere with litigation by creating problems with due process. And for these reasons, the Sheriff's Department certainly should be able to regulate individual officers, at the very least investigate individual officers' membership in deputy cliques or gangs. And turning to the point of due process concerns that I mentioned, the existence of deputy gangs creates a significant concern for the prosecution's ability to comply with their obligations in providing Brady evidence to the defense. Brady is simply, for those that are not lawyers, is in a nutshell, evidence that is likely to help the defense in making their case. An example of this would be in People v. Francisco Carrillo, which if you could quickly turn to the next slide, please. In this case, the defendant's sentence was vacated after it was learned that the officer had coached witnesses in identifying him as the suspect. The defense did not know all the way through trial that this officer was a member of the Vikings. Had this information been disclosed, the Vikings being a notorious deputy gang, had this information been disclosed to the defense, they would have been able to adapt their strategy in interviewing witnesses to accommodate for the risks this officer would have posed. As a consequence, if these concerns involving deputy gangs are not addressed, at worst, it can result in further wrongful convictions, and even at its best, will leave a shroud of doubt for those convictions that remain as to whether or not the cases were properly investigated and everything was disclosed as it should be. And as a final point, the pervasiveness of this problem may be even greater than is currently known. However, the public is unable to access the necessary information in this due to the county's use of non-disclosure agreements and confidentiality agreements in settling lawsuits that involve deputy gangs. As a consequence, the issues that are raised here by the victims that are simply trying to solve these problems cannot be discussed in an open forum to in turn inform the taxpayers who are essentially paying for these settlements to find an appropriate resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordy. I want to really echo what Jordy said regarding civil litigation. The county's lawyers overuse confidentiality, non-disclosure agreements, seek and obtain protective orders. So the result is that our own county government ends up hiding deputy gang misconduct, even though the taxpayers are paying the judgments and settlements. And one of the reasons why Jordy, Bianca, the other students, and myself had to take so long researching this report is because it is so hard to find the information. We made numerous public record acts requests to the sheriffs. They always deny them. They say that they are part of a confidential law enforcement investigation, which is odd because the sheriff then comes to this commission and says he can't investigate the gangs because of the First Amendment. But this overuse of confidentiality in civil litigation is really troubling. For instance, in the Bandidos, several female training officers at East LA have alleged that the price of being trained at that station requires them to submit to sexual favors that the Bandidos demand from them. But because of non-disclosure agreements, which in my opinion violate public policy, they're not able to fully discuss their experiences at the hands of the gang members. And we see this with all of the cases with the Bandidos, with the executioners, that one cannot obtain sworn testimony in depositions about gang misconduct because it's all been deemed confidential. And so it's really infecting our justice system at every level. Can we have the final slide? So one of the great motivators of this report, in addition to our work in the community, was President Obama's task force on 21st century policing, which is not a solution to everything, but it does stand for one central thing that makes this issue so important in our eyes. We need to transition from a warrior culture to a different culture. The task force talks about a guardian model. Others who have spoken before this commission have talked about a servant model. This is the way we need to go. We need to stop allowing a model where law enforcement officers are an occupying army, inflicting at war with and inflicting violence on the enemy in the community. You can really see this in East LA Station, which has the Fort Apache logo, which is the ultimate us against them, displayed in various parts of the station, despite years of objections from the community. We need to move away from the warrior culture to a guardian or servant culture. And we believe like a real step in the right direction in that manner would be to demand that sheriff leadership end the code of silence and refusal to investigate and disclose information about all of the gangs, cliques, secret societies, whatever you want to call them, because they are hurting policing in our community. They are interfering with justice in our law courts, and they are holding the department back from achieving a real relationship of trust and support between law enforcement and the various communities that they serve. So that concludes our presentation, and I turn it back to our chair. We certainly invite any questions if any commissioners want to ask about the report.
You know, I'm in awe of the work that that your team put together, Sean, and I want to very much thank both Jordy and Bianca for their efforts and their contribution and their extraordinary amount of work, and look forward to both of your continued successes in whatever you decide to do. With that said, I'm going to turn this over to any commissioners who have any questions or comments to make about this presentation and about this extraordinary report. So any commissioners have any comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Ochen.
Thank you. First, I want to say Thank you to Commissioner Kennedy. Thank you to Jordi Garcia, who was in my criminal law class. So I feel, particularly proud and I hope that the class was useful in some way in producing this report. And thank you to Bianca for your compelling comments, and especially to Commissioner Kennedy. If I'm ever in trouble, I want you to be my defender with the compelling argument that you presented to the commission. Given that you all were able to do this, the Center on Juvenile Law and Policy was able to produce this report in, from my understanding, under roughly a year. My question is, the county has been undertaking a study for more than that with RAND. They even came and presented to us. Why is it that you all were able to produce this report and the county has not been able to in over I don't know how many years? I wonder, given the potential liability that the county may face if the true scope and extent of these deputy gangs are revealed, and the participation of county council in obscuring the broad effects of these deputy gangs with non-disclosure agreements, how widespread is the liability if we have a full understanding of the activities of the gangs? How many cases where there have been convictions or guilty pleas might need to be reopened as a result of the inability of council to recognize this kind of, or to receive potentially exculpatory information as required under Brady? So that's my first question, and then I have a separate set of questions, but I thought I'd first put that on the table. Why do you think the county is taking so long, and what's the potential liability exposure for the county given the involvement of other county actors outside of the sheriff's department?
Priscilla, before Sean answers that question, I have learned that the amount of time RAND is taking is beyond comprehension, but they now say that they will have their report available in 6 to 8 weeks. I don't understand that, but at least that's the latest information we have. Sean, you want to go ahead and respond?
Sure. I can't speak for why the county or their consultant have taken so long, but I can speak to our work. We're a shoestring clinic at Loyola Law School, and I was relying on a cadre of volunteer students, high school, college, and law, and but we're independent, and we were invested in the issue. And Priscilla, we wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, and so we went into parks and interviewed people. We scoured the history of the commissions that have sounded the alarm in the past, and we just talked to a lot of people and reviewed a lot of documents, and there was unanimity in the conclusions, and we're from very different backgrounds. Jordi and I always argue about criminal law, but we all had unanimity because we were committed to just objectively throwing out all that is known. We acknowledge the limitations, but we also are unafraid to draw inferences when inferences are legitimate. And so we just put it out there, and we're going to continue to study the issue even further. Regarding liability, the Board of Supervisors commissioned a report from County Council about the cost of deputy gangs, and they had pledged to make that public. To my knowledge, it has never been made public, but it has been reported in the LA Times that the tab was approximately $55 million. That is the tip of the iceberg. Because LASD leadership refuses to investigate the gangs or cliques, we don't know the full extent of who's involved. We've had one high-level a retired official from LASD report that they think it's about 15%. That's a lot of people. So I imagine the costs are staggering. I do agree with you that the ripple effect grows and grows every year that the county sits passively by while its lawyers overuse confidentiality to hide the nature and extent of the problem.
So my second question is whether the county can waive those confidentiality agreements, particularly those that touch on the issue of deputy gangs. This is something that was done, for example, with allegations of sexual misconduct once it was revealed that there was a rampant use of non-disclosure agreements in matters regarding criminal offenses. So in other words, can the county use these confidentiality agreements to essentially silence individuals who might provide evidence of criminality from individuals in the sheriff's department? And if these confidentiality agreements have been made, can the county waive them, waive enforcement of them?
What a great question. I've been a criminal lawyer my whole career, so I'm not an expert in civil law, but I think the answer is absolutely yes. The Board of Supervisors is the client acting on behalf of the county, and a waiver, I think, would really help us understand the nature and extent of what is going on here. And I did send this report to each supervisor and the justice deputy. I haven't had any response from the supervisors about that, so I don't know their position, but perhaps we should seek to find out whether they're willing to waive, because it would do a lot to advance the cause of justice, both for accused people who are in trials where deputies who are affiliated with gangs are testifying as investigating officers or gang experts, as well as a huge service to the survivors who have lost family members to fatal shootings, to understand whether the deputy involved in their case was an inked member of a gang. Frankie Carrillo spent years in prison because a Viking essentially framed him, and nobody told him that the IO was a Viking. If his lawyer had known, his lawyer would certainly investigate. And this is why I think it's so important. The real information will come out if the membership is disclosed to the accused or the survivors who have lost people to fatal shootings, because their lawyers have the incentive to truly investigate one by one what the membership means in their case. The county has an inherent conflict of interest on this matter. They are trying to manage their liability, and what we need to do is we need disclosure, sunlight, for individual attorneys working for individual clients to follow up, and that's what I advocate for.
There has been, no, but I just want to respond on the issue of non-disclosure agreements. Over the years, there has been legislation in Sacramento on this subject. Periodically, it resurfaces. There have been numbers of lawyers on a variety of issues where there have been non-disclosure agreements have tried to pursue this. So it may be that will surface again. And this would be a perfect vehicle to capture the attention of the legislature on that subject. Commissioner Ochen, if you have one more brief question, otherwise we need to turn this over to the other commissioners.
I have one last question. Sean, my question is about the sort of structure of how deputies are introduced to substations. So we know that deputies first are assigned to the jails, to the custody division, then they are transferred to the streets to patrol. Do you think that has any does that have any bearing on the culture of deputy gangs? Because we know that in the jails, right, as a means of survival, often for many people, there are gangs in the jails. And we know that there was a significant deputy gang activity in the jail. So I'm just wondering, is there a relationship between how deputies are trained and then placed in the custody environment, then put on the street? Do you think that has any bearing on the gang culture that you're describing in your report?
Such a important question, Priscilla. I've spent years trying to understand why at-risk teens join street gangs. And I struggle with why young men, and it's mostly men graduating from the academy, become affiliated with deputy gangs. Some people we interviewed reported that the custody assignment is the breeding ground for the us against them mentality, and that then people who are exposed to custody deputy gangs in Men's Central Jail are then referred to stations and told, you know, you're a hard charging officer, you're a good deputy, you should consider, you know, joining whatever, the Grim Reapers or the regulators. And so that there is some affinity between custody deputy gangs and patrol deputy gangs. Other people have said they don't know, and that the way people gravitate towards the gangs is complex and many layered. It does seem there is a theme, and that is people who are seeking to be validated and who to be noticed, to be a part of a community, are invited into the various cliques or gangs. And in the report we mentioned, people talk about, I'm honored that I'm invited because they're only by invitation. And so for them, it can be very flattering. And then as you enter, of course, and as you get your street cred and you get enhanced tattoos, you get more and more status within the game. Very similar to the street gang dynamic.
Any other commissioners have any questions or comments? All right. Yes, Commissioner Higgins.
I just want to appreciate, this is, it's been a long time coming for us to have something as a composite like this, and as broad as this. And Priscilla asked my question right off the bat, like, where is Rand and why does it take them so long? Even though they did tell us it was going to take a long time. But thank you so much for everything that you've done on this report. Extraordinary.
Thank you.
I agree, and I think that it's now almost 10 after 11. We should probably take our 15-minute morning break, and then we'll go to the second part of this subject and the proposed policy changes and preamble. And I think that it makes sense to then have all of the public comments at one point in time, both including comments on the Loyola report and the proposed policy. And of course, there's my part of that is my urging this commission to agree to issue a subpoena for the sheriff. So we now have 15-minute break. Jennifer has the time up. So 11:23, we'll be back. Thank you.
Okay, we have about 2 minutes before the break time ends for any of the commissioners, if you're back in front of your computers already. Your video camera on so we can get a gauge of who is present. Thank you. Okay, we have 1 minute before our break is over. Again, for the commissioners who are in front of your computers, please turn your video camera on so we know who is present.
Jennifer, I'm just turning on so you know I'm here when you need me, but I'll go off until it's my turn.
Oh, you can keep your video camera on, Dara. That would be
I know I
wonderful.
can keep my video camera.
Thank you.
I just think it's bad, like I like the people to see the people who are engaged at that particular moment as rather than someone who's coming down the pike.
Okay. Chair Rubin, the break time is over.
Okay, so it is now time for the second part of the presentation and discussion on deputy cliques and gangs and interesting turn of events. Our executive director just got a communication from the undersheriff indicating there is no need for a subpoena of the sheriff because he will appear at the May meeting. So I will ultimately withdraw my request, but it also may be in response to the outstanding report from Commissioner Kennedy and from his students. So yes, Commissioner Tolentino, did you have something you wanted to add before we proceed?
Yes, actually, it's to address the study by Commissioner Kennedy's work. I would hope the first thing that entered my mind was what Commissioner Ocean and Commissioner Giggins said was like, "Where's the RAND study?" So I would hope that somehow that this particular work of your student group gets shared with RAND, because that'll probably one of the first questions I'll probably ask is, what's the difference between your work and RAND, and can you comment on it? So I would hope that we would share that study with them and allow them an opportunity to comment on it.
Sure, it's publicly released. I'm happy to give it to the RAND researcher who I've spoken with. I didn't want to be presumptuous, Kaz, but I will share it with them as you request.
Thank you.
All right, that's a great idea. Thank you for that. And now finally, we're moving to the proposed policy changes and preamble that Commissioner Bonner is going to talk about. And I want to thank the entire ad hoc committee on deputy cliques and in particular Commissioner Bonner and Commissioner Kennedy for their work on putting this together. So I now turn things over to you, Commissioner Bonner.
Well, thank you, Lael. First of all, let me start off by applauding the efforts of the Loyola Law School and its Professor Kennedy and his students for an excellent and well-documented report and an important one. And I appreciate also the excellent briefing from Jordy and Bianca and Sean. So we're at a point, we've been discussing this issue for a while through the ad hoc committee for deputy clerks, and it has led some of the findings that are made in the Loyola Law School report and previous reports that it cites has led the ad hoc committee to propose a policy to just outright eliminate deputy clerks within the Sheriff's Department. But first, I do want to acknowledge that Sheriff Villanueva is the first sheriff who has tried to do something to rid the Sheriff's Department of deputy clerks. And I'm using the word clerks here. I realize, look, the deputy clerks have almost always, and this is well documented, engaged in what can only be called gang-like behavior. They've also are exclusive subgroups and so on, but I'm just going to use deputy clerks for this presentation. In any event, after review, the ad hoc committee for deputy clerks has concluded that the policy that was adopted by Sheriff Villanueva back in February of 2020, a little over a year ago, falls short and has not been effective in eliminating deputy clerks within the Sheriff's Department. It's just that clear. The current policy falls short because, for one thing, it doesn't actually make it a disciplinable violation of policy to join or participate or solicit others to join in deputy clerks. The fact is, since February of 2020, not a single deputy has been disciplined for joining or participating in a deputy clerk. This needs to change. I can't state it more simply. And the policy proposed by the ad hoc committee will do that. The policy is preceded by a preamble in which the certain findings would be are being made and would be made if the commission adopts them, starting with, and I'll just read the first line, the existence of deputy clerks within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department dates back to at least 1970 and continues to the present. I think their case has been made not only that there's substantial evidence that deputy clerks continue to exist, but I think the case made by the Loyola Law School report is overwhelming that they continue to exist. So I might say too, just by way of brief reference, the Loyola report also cites to many other prior commissions and reports, including the Citizens Commission on Jail Violence, in which I served as a commissioner. And I want you to know when that commission made the findings that deputy clerks existed and had existed, it made findings based upon numerous interviews that were done by pro bono counsel on behalf of the commission, some confidential, others not, to document the pernicious problems of deputy clerks within the Sheriff's Department. The proposed policy, and I think you've all had a chance to read it. I mean, it's pretty short and to the point, and it's short enough. I think I'm just going to go ahead and read it if I could for the record. But the proposed policy would replace the sheriff's February 14th, 2020 policy, and it would state, and I'm going to read it, department personnel shall not participate in, join, or solicit other department personnel to join a deputy clerk. A deputy clerk is a group of sheriff's deputies assigned to a particular LASD patrol station or unit who self-associate, self-identify, and exclude other deputies assigned to the same station or unit, and thus are a subgroup within a particular station or unit. Deputy clerks identify themselves by name, for example, the banditos, the executioners, the regulators, the grim reapers, the rattlesnakes, the cowboys, etc. And often their members have common or matching tattoos or use hand signals and or engage in other rituals and behaviors similar to street gangs. Any department employee who participates in or joins a deputy clerk or solicits another employee to join a deputy clerk will be subject to discipline. Deputy clerks include, but are not limited to, the banditos, the executioners, the regulators, the grim reapers, the rattlesnakes, and the cowboys, and participation in or joining these deputy clerks is specifically prohibited. This policy supersedes and replaces the February 2020 policy of the sheriff. So with that, there's a related issue I want to take up, but let me put the first motion on the table here. And that is a motion that the findings of the preamble be approved by this commission, that the proposed policy banning deputy clicks be endorsed by this commission, and recommending that the sheriff and the LASD adopt the proposed policy in the LASD's Manual of Policy and Procedures without delay. There's a related issue here, though I think that I need to give some background on, and that is that we provided the proposed policy and preamble to Sheriff Villanueva, and as Chair Rubin indicated, we asked him for comments on the proposed policy. He didn't meet with us, but we did also ask him for comments, and the only reason he gave, or the only substantive reason the sheriff gave for not essentially adopting our policy, our proposed policy for banning deputy clicks, was his belief, and is his belief, that such a policy is unconstitutional. And to support his view, the sheriff has cited and continues to cite a legal opinion of the LA County Counsel's Office, rendered in 2014, that he supports his position that our proposed policy is unconstitutional. Given the sheriff's position in this matter and his reliance on the LA County Council's prior opinion, in addition to the motion I just made, I believe the Civilian Oversight Commission should authorize the Deputy Clicks Ad Hoc Committee to engage outside counsel to advise the Civilian Oversight Commission regarding the constitutionality of this proposed policy. So in that regard, I will note that the ad hoc committee has had an opportunity to discuss potentially getting an opinion from a very prominent, nationally prominent law firm on a pro bono basis, but they need to have the authority of the Civilian Oversight Commission in order to, for the commission to engage it as counsel to render an opinion in this matter. So that's my second motion. This is not a motion of the ad hoc committee, but it's a motion I'm making as an individual member of the commission. And that is that I move that the Civilian Oversight Commission authorize the ad hoc committee regarding deputy clicks to engage counsel on behalf of the Civilian Oversight Commission to advise the Civilian Oversight Commission regarding the constitutionality of the proposed policy. There was a potential third motion, and that had to do with the fact of issuing a subpoena to the sheriff. And in light of the fact that the sheriff has voluntarily agreed to appear in lieu of our actually having to subpoena him to discuss the issue of deputy clicks and the proposed policy, I don't think we need the third motion. But at this point, I'd open it up, Chair Rubin, to any questions there might be for me and for any discussion of the preamble, the findings of the preamble, the proposed policy, and or the Civilian Oversight Commission at least giving authority to engage an outside law firm to render advice on the constitutionality of the proposed policy.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Bonner. I think that the preamble and the proposed policy changes make incredible sense, and once and for all, if approved and adopted by the sheriff, would go a long way to finally ridding the department of deputy gangs. I'd like to take your motions one at a time. First of all, your first motion to adopting the preamble and the proposed policy, that needs a second. Is there anybody who will second that?
I'll second, Commissioner Harris.
Thank you. Well, we have 2 seconds, but either one of you is perfect. And as to the second issue, Commissioner Bonner, that is a matter that is presently under review by County Council, and I would ask that request be tabled for future discussion. But Be that as it may, at least for now, we have one motion that has been seconded. And I noticed that there are several commissioners who have questions and comments. Commissioner Ochen, I saw your hand up first.
Well, I just want to say that I do not agree with tabling the second motion. It's related to the first. It's related. Well, I'm just saying, if I could, let me because you raised the issue that it should be tabled. The Civilian Oversight Commission, from time to time, this may be relatively rare, but we need to be able to separately engage counsel.
Well,
where it's pro bono. Look, we have to be able to do this where we do not see eye to eye with county counsel on an issue. County counsel has rendered an opinion that the sheriff is relying upon, that our proposed policy is unconstitutional. We need to have outside counsel look at this. Okay, I rest my case.
Commissioner Bonner, you've made your point. I'm going
to ask for a second for my motion.
I will take that in due course. Right now, I'm want to hear from Commissioner Ochen.
Thank you. I'm wondering if Commissioner Bonner would accept a friendly amendment to the proposed policy to strike patrol from, looks like it's the third line from the title, from the top of the sentence. So it would read, assigned to a particular LASD station or unit. The reason why I'm suggesting striking patrol is because I don't want this to be read as limited to patrol. It should also apply in jails.
Yeah, that's why we had unit in there. A jail is not a station, the county jail, and it has units within it. For example, the Men's Central Jail and the third floor of the Men's Central Jail. But I would accept that. I don't see any reason not to strike a patrol there. Usually in LASD, I will tell you that when you use the term station, you are talking about a patrol station as opposed to a bureau like the Detective Bureau and so on. So I actually think it's not necessary, but I'm happy to accept that modification.
With regard to your last statement, are there any allegations that such deputy cliques or gangs exist in bureaus? Should we also include that language so that it's comprehensive?
No, they're not. In fact, I think as a result of the CCJV, there's no real continued existence to deputy cliques within the jails, but we obviously want to include them here. But so the detective bureaus and the Internal Affairs Bureau, no, there's no evidence that would support.
But should the policy apply to that?
Well, I would think if we had evidence, Commissioner Ochen, then we would add that. But we don't have evidence of that right now. What we have is that there are evidence that deputy cliques or gangs continue to exist within patrol stations and possibly units within the jail. So I don't think we should make this overbroad. I think we should keep this narrow and to the point. And the reason is there may be some litigation around this. I mean, that's why I'd like to have outside counsel give us some advice on the constitutionality. If this were adopted, there's going to be litigation. That's the reason for the preamble. When I say litigation is, I would expect, and I think if past this prologue, we can expect that this will be challenged. So we need to keep this language pretty close to what we have right now. I'd certainly strongly advise that.
Well, let me just ask this question.
As narrow and supported by the preamble. Okay.
Sure, but if
I can interrupt just a second. I just got a message from Mr. Huntsman, and he was shaking his head in response to the assertion that there is no evidence in a bureau. So I'd like to hear from Mr. Huntsman at this point.
While many of the deputy gangs are associated with stations, not all are. The Jump Out Boys in OSS were in OSS, which was not station related. And the Sheriff's Department frequently transfers people from one place to another. So there is no reason to think that the Grim Reapers or the Regulators or any of these other groups have remained within the station they began in. And although people begin in custody and move out to the patrol stations, they move back the other way as well, and into homicide, a detective bureau, and other coveted positions that are not station related. There's been reason to believe that people have, under the Villanueva administration, received significant promotions who are banditos and have not, their careers have not suffered. They haven't been limited to the stations where the problems began. The sheriff himself has touted his transfer of many people out of the Banditos East LA area, but in depositions, some of his staff have said that wasn't punitive transfers, and those people have been spread. So I think there's strong evidence already that would survive litigation, that this is a department-wide problem.
Well, I'd say, first of all, OSS is a unit within the sheriff. That's what it was, a unit within the sheriff's department. So it was covered. This policy is going forward. It's looking, in other words, it's not looking at the past. Somebody might have been a member of a gang and participated in one, a deputy gang or deputy clique. This policy is looking forward. It's saying that you can't continue to participate or join or solicit others to join. And so if the idea is everybody that's ever been a member of a deputy clique is somehow subject to this policy, it's not the policy. The policy is to prevent going forward, from this day forward, participating in or joining or soliciting another to join a deputy clique. So we're getting off subject, and it really worries me that if we start tampering with this language, by the way, I would say we got some pro bono advice on this language. So I do not want to broaden it to include a bureau within the sheriff's department unless we have evidence in the preamble to support it. Okay, so that would be my position on it. I do not want to change the language from, other than I would agree we can drop patrol in front of station, but other than that, I do not want to tamper with this language.
Can I just ask a follow-up to Rob? Just a hypothetical on that point. So let's say we have someone who joined a deputy gang out of the East LA station. They ascend up the ranks, perhaps being transferred to a bureau, or they are in the sheriff's department, the leadership of the sheriff's department. If that person engages in makes a favorable decision toward another member of the deputy clique or gang, if they help someone who's also a member of a deputy clique or gang, does that constitute participation in or supporting a deputy clique, even though, or gang, even though they may not be an quote unquote active member at the unit or station?
It's something that could be addressed separately. I mean, beyond what we're addressing here. But would it violate this policy? I don't know, really. Was that participation in a deputy clique because you have been in a deputy clique and you're now giving favorable treatment? It's a different issue to address. You know, I'd say one issue at a time. Our objective is to eliminate and eradicate deputy cliques, and you need to make that a disciplinable offense or violation of policy. Yeah, look, I'm happy to go back and look at the question you asked, and maybe we could come up with a different policy. I don't know, that would cover that situation or prohibit that situation. Maybe there should be a policy that nobody who's ever been a member of a deputy clique should be promoted to a higher level within the sheriff's department. That's a different question, and I appreciate your raising it, but you know.
So
this is the big issue that we could do right today. I think at least move it forward, and I'd like to do that. But anyway, the answer is I don't know, Priscilla, whether that would violate it or not.
Here's another question: if there's someone in the homicide bureau who is a member of the Banditos, executioners, has been, and they're investigating a shooting of another member that was committed by another member of the gang, and they slow walk information, they characterize evidence in a way that's favorable to the deputy, that would lead to a declination of charges. Is that participation in a gang? A bureau isn't covered.
Probably isn't. I don't know what that is. It's another issue. But why wouldn't that deputy who's in the homicide bureau have to recuse him or herself if it involves an investigation of a member of a gang for which he was a former member. I mean,
they would have to disclose they're a member of a gang, but even if they did, they wouldn't be covered by this policy because it doesn't apply to bureaus.
this policy does not solve all the problems, but it will, in my judgment, it will, if it were promulgated by the sheriff, it will, and it'll take some time, but it will eliminate deputy clicks within the sheriff's department.
I don't want to mess with a carefully crafted policy. So I take the point, but I would encourage the use of force committee to think about other areas where gang activity is occurring and how to address it. Because I can see this issue coming up, because if the sheriff's department, by some miracle adopts this, there are significant loopholes here.
We're happy to do that.
I think there's Commissioner Harris, you had a question or comment?
Well, at my own peril, I even weigh in on this, but I want to duly noted that here's a situation where I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Ochin, but to get between a law professor and a former federal judge is pretty dangerous just by itself. But I agree. I think changing it, dropping patrol is a good idea, and just including bureau is great. I think it really does cover everything, and it answers all of these questions. I think maybe we're getting a little too far down in the weeds on this, to be honest with you, but I think her point's well made, and I think I would be totally in favor of making it unit, station unit, or bureau. I think that really covers basically everything. That's my comment.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Tolentino.
Well, I would echo the same thing as Commissioner Harris. I think I realize there could be potential litigation, but I would rather risk that by adding bureau. And I don't think we're really moving away from the big picture, because it does provide for essentially coverage, as Commissioner Ochin was saying, for participation. And I appreciate Judge Bonner's well-crafted manual change, but I think it's also a good point that bureau is included.
Any other comments related to what is presently on the floor in terms of the motion and the friendly amendment that Commissioner Ochin made and the suggestions to change that to bureau?
I would just like to ask Commissioner Bonner, does that change your view in terms of adding bureau? So striking patrol, adding bureau.
I'm going to accept or bureau. I'm going to accept it, but I want you to understand there's no evidence in the preamble. There's been no evidence really presented here other than Mr. Huntsman's statement that some people have gone on to perhaps into bureaus. That troubles me, but I'm going to accept it. Frankly, this is a situation where I'd like to get advice from separate counsel to the commission as to whether or not we should add something for which we do not have factual support in the context of potential litigation. But I'm going to accept it because I think we ought to move on and get on to more substantive issues here.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And at this point, Jennifer, how many do we have signed up for public comment?
We currently have 16 individuals signed up for public comment.
All right, let's hear from public comment, and then we'll return to having a vote here.
But before we do that, I want to say, if there is a second for my motion, if there isn't, that's fine, it fails. But I want it because I want public comment. If they have any public comment on the second motion, which is that we be able to engage on a pro bono basis, counsel for our commission to advise us on the constitutionality of our proposed rule, I would like to have the public also comment on that if they wish to do so.
Second.
All right, thank you.
Second.
A second.
Second.
Okay, all right. Seconded.
Let's hear from public comment, please.
Okay, and we'll begin with Nayeli Hernandez with 2 minutes, correct, Chair Rubin?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Nayeli, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I just want to make a quick comment on, thanks on the effort of hearing Ms. Ocean, Priscilla Ocean. I cannot thank you enough for fighting, equity and, finding the right segues to navigate the system. And so, thank you to the commissioners for having her request be accepted, as well as I want to just also comment, call it what this is. These are deputy gangs. I think enough evidence has been presented today, and also to rely as well as on other sources. I can't believe we're calling it cliques. Gangs, when we see people committing other crime acts or criminal acts, the news, everyone call it, they call it criminal, they call it gangs, but when we refer to the deputies or, the sheriff department, we're not calling it what it is. There is sufficient evidence. So I encourage you all to please call it what it is. These are gangs placed in our LA County Sheriff's Department, East LA Sheriff Department. So, let's change. You want to talk about changing the narrative? Then let's begin with that as well. Changing the narrative to what we have evidence in our present presented today and what has been presented in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next comment will come from Ellen Giese. Ellen, please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I would like to say first, thank you to Commissioner Kennedy for this report. It is so beautifully well put together. And I would like to ask, in light of this report, how you could have voted yes on the last item to do with funding the police. And I understand we are past that item, and I don't think you're able to reopen it, but I just want to point out that that makes no sense to me. Commissioner Bonner, I would like to take issue with you saying that Villanueva has done anything about these gangs. He has barely paid lip service to this and has done nothing to actually stop it. These gangs are bullies, and Villanueva is the parent of these bullies. He has bullied the Board of Supervisors. He's bullied the CEO. I'm unaware of it if he has bullied this organization, but if he hasn't, it's only through his contempt of this organization not having any real teeth to it, and he just doesn't consider you a threat. And if he has bullied you, I apologize for that last statement and say that that just further makes my original point. I also find it contemptible that Bonner continues to insist on referring to these gangs as cliques and thereby reducing the seriousness of these gangs. I think Ms. Jones said it best. If these were street gangs, something would have been done about them years ago. And further than that, I will just finish out my time by once again reading the names of the 18 victims of the LASD since George Floyd's murder last May. Robert Avitia, Robert Melton Colvin, Jared Wayne Hurst, Michael Lenville Thomas, Tony Rocha Lugo, Taryn Jamal Boone, Andres Guardado, Dijon Kizzy, Samuel Herrera Jr., Dana Mitchell Young, Fred Williams III, Nicholas Bargos, Saul Robert Salgado, Christian Sotelo Perez, Moses Arrelo, David Alvarado Jr., Francisco Flores, and David Ordez.
Thank you. That does conclude your time. And we will take a quick announcement in Spanish.
Si necesita una traducción al español de su comentario público, simplemente diga la palabra español y un intérprete le dará instrucciones antes de que empiece a compartir sus comentarios.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from MJ King. You are unmuted. Please go ahead, MJ.
do you spend over an hour acknowledging that LASD is overrun by deputy gangs, but you just approved a budget to keep them responding to mental health crises that you agreed they've proven that they cannot do without killing folks? Enough is enough. We need to eradicate these deputy gangs. We need to stop LASD from killing us, stop them from harassing the grieving families who not only survived the murder of their loved ones, but then have to survive day after day the harassment from sheriff deputies, often the same deputies who murdered their loved ones. Families shouldn't have to move out of LA to escape harassment after their loved ones are murdered by LASD. 18 deputy gangs, tattooed, white supremacist, racist, neo-Nazi deputy gangs. This isn't hearsay. These deputy gangs have been confirmed by federal courts. Federal courts. What are we doing here? If Sheriff Villanueva is threatening my supervisor, Hilda Solis, with impunity, what's happening to those without a voice or platform? This is not public safety. This is gross abuse of power. Villanueva's utter failure of leadership has only enabled deputy gangs and problem deputies to engage in greater misconduct and shoot more. From the moment he was elected, he sought to reinstate Carl Mandian and other sheriff deputies fired for serious misconduct. His actions have sent a clear message to deputies that they will not face accountability for misconduct. I know you already know, but it's worth repeating. Except for one individual, all civilians LASD killed have been Black and Latinx, all in South LA, East LA, and Antelope Valley. The East LA Banditos, the Compton Executioners, the Century Regulator Spartans, the South LA Grim Reapers, and the Lancaster and Palmdale Cowboys and Rattlesnakes. This is unacceptable. I urge you to immediately bring concrete recommendations for urgent action by the Board of Supervisors. Alex Villanueva must go. LASD cannot be reformed. Defund, divest, dismantle the most violent sheriff's department in the world.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Jessica Craven. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Jessica.
Hi, thanks again. My name is Jessica Craven, and I guess I just mostly want to echo what everybody else has said here. I am stunned that you took a vote like you took in the first agenda item and voted to continue to fund after all of us spoke passionately. And Commissioner Osan, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, spoke so clearly about why you shouldn't. And then you heard this presentation, which maybe you were surprised by, but frankly, again, any of us who have read Cerise Castle's work recently in the Knock LA series, which I put the link to in your chat, or have paid any attention to this, know that there's nothing surprising here. And there's no question. This doesn't need to be proven. It's not, this is happening. It is real. You heard the mother of the victim saying, please, what are you going to do? And what you did was you voted to give them more money. I am so disgusted. And secondly, I have to agree, please stop calling them cliques. Cliques is what I was in high school. This is not a clique. These are killing entities. They are murderous thugs operating with impunity. And if you know anything about Alex Villanueva, you know that he is part of it. He's not doing anything to stop it. And the entire system needs to be rooted out, defunded, and rebuilt from the ground up, and frankly, salt the earth where it was, because it is, nothing can ever come from this sheriff's department that is good or healthy. And please stop pretending that it can. It's horrifying to hear you continue to vote money into this department. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Eric Previn. Eric, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Eric Previn, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to go back to the very nice presentation by Kennedy's students. I thought that was really admirable, and I'm also furious that the RAND report is delayed. Now, these folks, just to be very clear, are all working for the supervisors, and I appreciate Bonner's desire to get a coherent legal opinion because county council inserts themselves. He's right in a way. Problem is that even they, like Huntsman, will be, and he probably, will be attorney-client privileged to the board. This is the scourge for agencies, as I wrote with my brother for the Daily News. It's good for individuals to have those protections, but when governments push things in the back room, bad things happen. And I know that personally because the ACLU and I went after the county board to make sure that they were showing the legal bills for the lawsuits against the county that are a stack you can't see so easily. and they were paying a lot of money. But what we found was that the supervisors, or under delegated authority county council, were appealing matters that should obviously be settled. Like, for example, the case of Heriberto Rodriguez, which was a brutal, I'll just summarize, extreme tasering facts. Okay, you don't need to say anything else. And yet the county fought and fought and fought for a decade. Now, why would they do that? So the county council, when I zeroed in on the end of that case, they had hired an attorney named Tim Coates from Greenis Stein, someone who Bonner might like to hire for this kind of thing, except for he works for them. So when I asked him, did the Board of Supervisors decide to block the public from seeing these legal invoices? Did they? He wouldn't answer. I said, well, it was never on an agenda. So did they decide to appeal this case even? Because my case, which I had to go to this California Supreme Court to win, they appealed. And the answer was he refused to answer. And so I'm concerned that county council is acting as the lawyer for the board.
Conclude your time.
Under delegated authority, but without the authorization.
The next comment will come from Genevieve Claverall. Genevieve, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Genevieve, please go ahead with your comment. No need to touch the mute button. You are unmuted right now. Please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning, or I guess it's good afternoon now. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am concerned with the rent study also. Is no excuse for that study not to be finished. And the last couple of years, many of the studies that the rent have produced were faulty, and that concerns me greatly. So I hope that when you get that report, you will look at it very carefully to make sure that it makes sense and it is appropriate. I am concerned that we are not often allowed to see a lot of the complaint, or they are not clearly identified. Like an example, every time the Board of Supervisors have closed session on about litigation, they never indicate anything to allow a member of the public to really know what litigation they are talking about, and I think that's very concerning. So anyway, thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Sure. And the next comment will come from Pastor Q Jean-Marie. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
I mean, I don't even know where to start. But we know that mass incarceration was a breeding ground for violence in our communities, which began in jails when we incarcerated folks who were nonviolent folks and put them in jail. And the next thing you know, jails became a school, right, to teach people how to be violent. And of course, the deputy gangs are the ones leading this thing. I'm appalled that we have people who we've given authority. Not only have we given them authority, we've given them power to decide whether people live or die. And we are behaving as if these deputy gangs that are terrorizing communities, we're acting like, oh, this is business as usual. We're going to deal with this. We ought to be up in it. I mean, this is crazy. I can't even imagine the amount of and you wonder why folks are calling for defunding the police in our community. And which communities are they terrorizing? You've got to ask yourself, which communities are they terrorizing? And we know they're white supremacists. We know that they were January 6th was evident that law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles have these folks in our communities and are terrorizing our communities, where our communities are containment zone, and we have people who we're saying we want to train bias out of these folks. You can't train bias out of these folks. It is appalling that we aren't taking harsher measures and we aren't moving quickly to dismantle these gangs out of our communities. And someone says it goes back 6 administrations, which means folks been have been turning their heads and actually watching this happen in our communities. And then we have sheriff and the chief going and asking for peace as we wait
Thank
for the outcome of the
That
George
does
Floyd
conclude your time.
trial. It's amazing to me.
Thank
This
you.
is crazy.
And the
This is
next
nuts.
comment will come from Michelle Infante. Michelle, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, please stop saying clicks. I mean, Commissioner Kennedy isn't the inquirer, and he just gave you a report. Now, unless all of you, with the exception of Priscilla O'Shea, have been coming to these meetings and putting your fingers in your ear, you must have heard and seen these families coming to you and giving you their stories and their experiences. I mean, the problem isn't that you need another report. Families have been coming to you for years. Helen Jones has been coming to you for years and pounding the pavement about her son, John Horton. And you know that. You are part of the problem. You put yourself in a category today that says that you are not willing to change. If you want change, you have to change what you're doing, but you continue to be a part of the culture that perpetuates not only what the Sheriff's Department does, but also what the LA County Coroner's Office does, Dr. Lucas, who runs the LA County Coroner's Office. You people that are up there, we did not create this for you to come along and want to be politically correct. This is about families and real experiences, and they've happened in real time for you to see and to hear and to know what the department, the Sheriff's Department, has done to them. Yet you continuously act in a political manner because are you accountable only to the County Board of Supervisors? Yes, you are. But Priscilla O'Shea came forward very eloquently, very brilliantly over the last 3 years. And she said what change is, and you're still not listening. Pull your fingers out of your ears because we didn't build this for you to do this to these families. You need to start listening and pay attention and hear the pain and the anguish. You've had enough reports. Now do something differently. Do something different, please.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Valerie Vargas. You are unmuted. Please go ahead, Valerie.
Hi, I'd like to first say off, thank you, Kennedy, for doing the presentation. I want to say, like, when I call in or when I join these WebExes, like, it gives me a lot of anxiety to hear, you know, this subject getting referred to as clicks. Like, you guys act like you could get this piece of paper, fold it up, and put it back in your dresser or in your drawer. And for me, I can't. Like, this is my life. My nephew was killed August 12th of 2018, Anthony Vargas. He was killed by 2 members of the Bandido clique in East LA. And, you know, it didn't just stop there. Like, the responding deputies were also involved, all the way down to the sergeant. Like, it's a rooted problem. Like, the impact that these deputies gangs have had in my life, it's been consistent because we get the deputy harassment. We live a few blocks away from the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and my family is constantly followed. We're being surveillanced. Like, this is our life. So for you to refer it to as like a clique, like some kind of high school table sitting bunch of boys hanging around, it's not. Like, these are gang members with guns. They stole my nephew's life. Like, they're ruining our life. I just feel like you guys ain't even listening. I don't even know if you could hear me right now. How do I know if you guys aren't even have us on mute?
I do hear you, Valerie.
It just feels like we're constantly being subjected to the LASD's abuse, and there's nowhere to go. And to hear that you're gonna end up like funding them some more by having a Met team come out and by having the sheriffs respond to crisis calls, it's appalling and it's disgusting. Like, I really don't see the purpose of you guys sitting on the board anymore.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Julie Martinez. Julie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, thank you for the Loyola report. We who have lived within the East LA community have known for generations that these cliques, like you like to call them, have existed. I would like to ask you to please submit a resolution to stop calling them cliques. It's time to edit those names. Do casual cliques beat other police officers who refuse to join? Do cliques attempt to destroy fellow officers because they speak up? Do cliques establish shooting or killing members of the community as a rite of passage into the deputy sheriff gangs? The CBS report profiled a whistleblower who did confirm the gangs. Look what happens in your own report to people who refuse to join. They are placing rats at their individual private homes where their children live because there are some sheriffs who do stand up and speak out. Also, I'd like to propose a resolution. Why not require that Sheriff Villanueva does compile information and stats and data on the gangs that exist within his department? My grandson was killed in East LA by a member of the Banditos as well. We requested from Villanueva information if this particular sheriff was a bandito, and Sheriff Villanueva signed a letter saying, we do not compile such data. It has turned out in a report that yes, it was confirmed that the sheriff who killed my grandson was a bandito. Understand, these are not cliques. For women who do not choose to be part of the banditos, they are asking to have sex. Does that sound like rape to you? Women who resist gang membership are being retaliated
And that does
against.
conclude your time. And the next comment will come from Christina Messesin. You are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Christina.
Hi, my comment is actually, I guess, more of a question that will hopefully be addressed at a later time. It's in regards to the Loyola study, which I thought was quite excellent, very thorough, lots of work. I would imagine that it must have been very difficult to gather a lot of that information in considering how close held some of that information is on the sheriff's side. So I guess I'm more curious on, I know that you vetted all your information and you had great sources, but I'm also curious, and I'm sure it's listed in the report, of sort of where those sources came from. Because I would imagine that you probably had some information coming from the sheriffs, and I see them as holding things close hold. So it's just more of a curiosity on sort of how you were able to acquire that information to make your recommendation and analysis. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Mateo Nagasi. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I would just want to also reiterate what Michelle Infante and Valerie Vargas talked about. You know, this commission was not created to be political. This commission was created to hold the sheriff's department accountable, to serve the community, and to save lives. You know, stop calling them cliques. You know, I know what cliques are. Cliques are the popular boys, are the jocks, the popular girls, the nerds. Those are cliques. You diminish the lives and the work that these families have put in to stop another family from going through what they have gone through. And when you call them cliques, you diminish it. You just push it aside. You piss it away, the importance of what they're going through. And it's infuriating and it's disgusting. And I don't understand how you can expect the sheriff's department to police themselves when they have gangs. They are more powerful than any street gangs. Okay, they are gangs with weapons, with impunity, with the freedom to murder, harass, and be unaccountable. There was a CBS News report that the Vargas family, the Rea family, they went in depth. This report by the Loyola is great, but it's just one of a few. We know what is going on in the community. So get off your ass, this commission, with the exception of Miss Ocean. You're playing politics with people's lives. And we're sick of it, okay? You have murderers, all right, inside these departments. There needs to be some sort of conservatorship over the sheriffs because they're not tasked or they're inadequate to the task of solving this issue. And stop giving them money.
And that does conclude your
It's
time.
infuriating.
The next comment will come from Tamara Kay. Tamara, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Okay, this commission is a disgrace. You cannot be in bed with the enemy and stand with the community. Hypocrisy runs deep in this commission. Y'all just voted to fund more, give more money to mental health service, to the Met team, to the sheriff's department, when the community, right before you had a presentation about deputy gangs, and call it what it is, deputy gangs. I agree with everybody else said. When the communities we keep telling you to defund and reinvest in the community, right? And it's a mainly white commission making decisions for families impacted in Black and brown communities, right? Our community. No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. The communities and the families, when we speak, you ignore our requests and our demands. This needs to stop. In fact, I would call for this commission to be just disbanded. It's horrible and horrific. You do not reflect the community. You do not reflect the requests of the families and the demands of the community. And also, you need to take a look at the request Priscilla Oshun had made to add bureau to the Bonner's motion to include jails, and including that. And remember John Horton. I just, you know what? I'm at the point I can't even speak right now. I'm so upset and so disenfranchised with this commission. Y'all need to be disbanded. You don't reflect the community. I'm tired of getting on here. I'm tired of having these families be ignored, right? Y'all are a disgrace. Fuck y'all.
And the next comment will come from Joseph Maslich. Joseph, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes. Hello, commission members. When in 1966 I paraded around Parker Center with a sign that said Civilian Police Review Board, I knew that establishing a board was not going to be the end of the problem. And I think you all know that it's not the end of the problem. Thank you for your openness to the community to hear, especially the family impacts, which impact me too. The report says that gangs have a demoralizing effect on law enforcement. I'd say it also goes the other way, that the position that law enforcement is put in this unequal society and racialized inequality is demoralizing in itself. And in a strange way, some of the gangs, or whatever you call them, are a reaction of alienated people, armed alienated people, to try to deal with being in what I call a morally high-risk occupation. And it is proper, I think, for the commission to tell the supervisors that they better start talking about and acting about a unspoken, politically uncomfortable, have that talk about the dealing with the inequality. Another thing is, I think Commissioner Bonner has a point. There are going to be questions raised about the right of association. And that's difficult. And I think the answer was given by Jody Armour last week at one of your very good money sessions, where he said the task is to separate these kind of organizations, inappropriately trained, armed, to deal with problems that can't be solved that way, minimize their contact with the public on issues that they really aren't appropriate to handle. That's going to be a big part of this solution too. Thank you for giving it this attention and for as much time as you've given the public for this, especially the impact statements.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Alex McClaven. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Alex.
Hi, I want to start by commending the report by Commissioner Kennedy and his team. That's excellent work. If you are listening to me and you're a commissioner who also appreciated that work and found yourself deeply concerned by its content and are perhaps impatient for RAND to submit their report, you might consider spending some time with Cerise Castle's extensive reporting on deputy gangs on Knock LA. It is journalistic, not legal in nature, but it is built almost entirely on sworn depositions and OIR reports. I think you'll find it comprehensive. I get the sense that perhaps some of you have. I think it behoove this commission to all be on the same page and working off the same information. To that end, in full disclosure, I worked very minimally on that series. My specific task was to review 20 years of Colts reports. What I was struck by was the absence of direct reference to deputy gangs, directly referenced in the original 1992 report. I do recall a specific instance in 96 or 98 or so, where Merrick Bob and his team were clearly instructed to report back specifically on deputy gangs for that report. And that report back was relegated to a literal sidebar, which essentially declined the task of reporting back on deputy gangs. My point in this, I want to very much commend Commissioner Oshen's line of questioning about the county's liability and conflict of interest here. To that end, I support, as I understand it, Commissioner Bonin's motion to retain outside legal counsel to challenge the county's prevailing legal posture. In general, I think for this commission to be at all effective in its mission, given the constraints on its actual power, I think it needs to be willing to be adversarial with the county when necessary. My review of 20 years of Colts reports taught me that any attempt to sweet talk the county or the sheriff's department into taking meaningful action is a fool's errand, always has been in my review, and likely always will be. That's all I have. Thank you all very much for your time and attention here.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Brittany Nichols. Please go ahead, Brittany.
Yeah, so just to get this straight, you all think that people that have ever been members of deputy gangs should not lose their jobs? People in this commission think that LASD personnel that said, oh, there's a gang of deputies that target Black and brown people and routinely break the law? Sign me up. That's what I want to do with my job in lieu of solving crimes. I'm going to frame people, I'm going to beat and murder people for no reason. Yet members of this commission dared fight that this proposal only applied to gang members going forward? As if LASD personnel didn't know this shit was wrong when they joined the gangs? They knew. They want to do this shit. It brings them joy to terrorize Black and brown communities. They are arrogant at this point because they are confident you all will never hold them accountable. Anyone that has aided these gangs in any way should be fired immediately. All of you that have failed at this duty of accountability should step down immediately. The fact that you're worried that you'll be sued or retaliated against should tell you everything you need to know about Villanueva and everyone in leadership at LASD. You say get rid of deputy gangs and they get offended because they not only protect these gang members, they promote them. They put them in power on purpose. All of these hypotheticals that Ocean brought up are just things that happen. She wasn't using her imagination. It's in the lawsuits that you all should be intimately familiar with, but seems you don't care at all. Internal Affairs participates in these cover-ups. Deputies that aren't fully gang members participate in these cover-ups. Non-deputies that work in the jails participate in these cover-ups. It is all in legal documents and in depositions that you all should simply go and read. You participate in these fucking cover-ups as well. You are complicit. Every person that dies at the hands of LASD is blood on your hands. And what are you going to do when you accept that Villanueva is at least an associate to these gang members and personally ensuring they are not held accountable?
That does conclude your time. The next comment will come from Stephanie Luna. Stephanie, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Stephanie Luna. I'm the aunt of Anthony Vargas. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Kennedy and the law students who worked on the report. August 12, 2018, my nephew Anthony does not deserve to be punched on his head multiple times and punched on both sides before falling to his knees, where he ended up getting shot at 16 times with 12 bullets staying riddled in his back and one exiting his mouth. He did not deserve to be left without medical treatment, dying on the grass, because his ribs were fractured and his lungs were punctured from being shot, while Jonathan Rojas and Nicholas Perez stood above him trying to figure out how they were going to cover his murder up, trying to figure out how they were going to plant that phantom gum with none of my nephew's fingerprints on it. None of his fingerprints on it. I don't even know where to start this conversation. You know, first off, these cliques, let's call them what they are. These are deputy gangs. These are grown men and women who not only killed our loved ones, but they've gone on to terrorize our family. They carry that badge and it gives them the power to be a deputy gang member because nothing is being done. My nephew was murdered by 2 Bandito gang members. 2 Bandito gang members who were whistleblown in a CBS special, deputies who went on to be promoted to training deputies, deputies who have shown up in front of my family's home with the full intention to intimidate us. Villanueva, he's done nothing more than shift around these deputies that he found as a problem. This didn't fix anything. It didn't fix the gang infestation within the departments. All it's done is allowed them to spread out and infest other departments. This isn't a joke. This is not a joke. This is real life. This is real life that we now live every single day since they took my nephew. The fact that you guys just voted to fund more money now puts the next death at the hands of law enforcement on you all. It's not a matter of if it's going to happen. It's a matter of when. Instead of funding, and I say this, instead of funding family healing, you guys just voted to fund our killers. You voted to fund the officers who murdered my nephew. I'm not sure what more we can do or how many more meetings we can show up for before you guys take this serious.
And that concludes your time. Next is Lourdes Gomez. Please go ahead with your comment, Lourdes.
I am a mom. I'm here because I find that the interaction that my 13-year-old has had for years now, he's 17, has not been something that it is healing or therapeutic or that has helped him at all. My child has a lot of trauma because of the involvement of the police every time he had asked for help. And the level of criminality issues that that is happening with the police, it is very difficult. I came here with the clean slate of saying, hey, the police is not doing the right thing, treating people with disabilities. There are extreme issues that we need to handle, and that 50-page report makes it even worse. I'm asking every single person that loves someone that is able to do something to please consider, is it really worth it? We need to change fundamental how the police operates. Yes, we do have criminals in society, but I think the reality is what we lived over the summer. We all know. Minorities, people of color, Hispanic, Asians, we all are being affected and perceived in a way that it is creating a lot of pain. Giving more money to institutions like the police, that fundamentally it is treating people in a way that creates even more trauma. Please think twice. As somebody that loves an individual, try to make this planet, this society, the United States better. There are programs that are worth funding. I'm asking you to please put your heart in this when you make those decisions. We need answers that make sense. Police has not made sense a lot of times. Please think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Charisse Castle. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi there. My name is Cerise Castle, and I am the reporter that wrote A Tradition of Violence. It is the series that has been referenced by several callers. In addition to writing this 15-part series that documents the history of deputy gangs going back 50 years, I've also built a database that lists all deputies that I found in the course of my reporting that are involved with these deputy gangs, either as tattooed members or associates. And that goes throughout the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Those are in patrol stations. They've been promoted, as other callers have mentioned, to different bureaus and all the way up into the highest forms of management. So this is a problem that really goes throughout the department. And I really encourage all of you to read my reporting. I just want to thank really quickly Commissioners Kennedy and Max Huntsman for the work that you've done. It greatly informed my reporting. And again, I just encourage you all to read it. With my remaining time, I'd just like to go over some of the highlights of my reporting for you. There are at least 18 gangs within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Officials at various government agencies, including the Board of Supervisors, the District Attorney, the Senate State Subcommittee on Police Officer Misconduct, the United States Commission on Civil Rights, have heard testimony on the violence inflicted on communities at the hands of these gangs for decades. Deputy gangs have killed at least 19 people, all of whom were men of color. At least 4 of them had a mental illness. The Los Angeles County keeps a list of lawsuits related to deputy gangs. Litigation related to these cases has cost the county just over $100 million over the past 30 years. Under Section 186.22 of the California Penal Code, a criminal gang is described as any organization or group of 3 or more people that has a common name or identifying sign or symbol, has a primary activity of the commission of a long list of California criminal offenses, and engage in a pattern of criminal gang activity. Sheriff's gangs fit that description.
And that does conclude your time. The next and final comment for public comment on this item will come from Andres Kwan. Andres, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi. This, I have to say, this has been all out human rights crisis. We think about this in the international context, but it's happening right here. I'm an immigrant from Argentina, where a generation ago, police and military disappeared, killed more than 30,000 people, civilians, with impunity during what's known as La Guerra Sucia. This was a human rights crisis that ended right before we got there, Buenos Aires in 1986. So I didn't live it personally, but I saw the legacy of it every day. And now, I feel like I'm living a human rights crisis right here, right now, in my adopted home of Los Angeles, one that's been going on for decades. And I pointed this out before, but we've had something way more sinister and scandalous than the LAPD Rampart scandal ever was. Time's over. And only Los Angeles that we know of, we've had 18 white supremacist tattooed deputy gangs, and nowhere else in the country that we know of. As Sister Helen said, everybody knows about these gangs. So why are you still calling them cliques? I mean, your own proposed policy defines them as, quote, having common and matching tattoos, using hand signals, engaging in other rituals and behaviors similar to street gangs. So call them for what they are. These are paramilitary agents who terrorize, frame, brutalize, kill, maim our community and family members with impunity and secrecy. And then they go on to harass grieving family members, as the Vargas family recounted. In fact, we had a Check the Sheriff forum led by Families BLM and Centro CSO a few weeks ago, where family after family recounted a disturbing pattern of harassment. Supervisor Mitchell, who heard these stories, even likened the family harassment to public lynching. And last thing I have to say, as an immigrant rights lawyer, I have to tell you, international human rights law and refugee law,
Thank you.
and our own federal law,
your time.
these families could be considered refugees.
We do have one additional comment coming from Helen Jones. Helen Jones, you're the last person for comment on this item. You have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Let me tell you what haunts me to this very day is what was John's last words when the 3,000 boy gang was beating him to death. Do you know how long it takes to beat somebody to death? I truly believe he cried out for me just like George Floyd cried out for his mother. I believe that all our children cried out for us. The only way to save the citizens of Los Angeles, the county of Los Angeles, from the sheriff department is to take away their contract. The sheriff department will never change. Their gangs will never stop killing us and our children. They are the only department that I know that get to house the citizens of LA County in their jails, and they get to police the citizens of LA County on the streets. So they get the killers and abusers both in custody and out on the street. So we, the citizens, are in a trap. We are caught up in their web. This is too much power for any department. And they communicate with their cell phones from the jails to the streets in custody. They get to see our addresses and our family phone numbers. Being deputy gang members, they shouldn't be able to see none of our personal information. These gangs would never stop. We need to get rid of the sheriff department, period. Demolish the whole department and do something else. We need to stop the sheriff and cancel their whole contract, period. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude public comment for this item.
All right, thank you all for your comments and your suggestions. Before we go ahead and vote on the two pending motions, I'd like to see if County Counsel Alex Sweetaway has anything that she wants to add. Alex?
Thank you, Chair Rubin. Regarding Commissioner Bonner's motion to retain outside counsel, I just wanted to state that County Counsel is happy to work with pro bono counsel and retain pro bono counsel to provide this opinion for the commission, but this commission lacks authority to retain independent counsel without my office's involvement. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So let's go ahead and vote on the motions. The first one is the motion regarding the preamble and the revised deputy gang motion to change the policy. So Ingrid, would you take the vote, please? Call the roll.
Yes. Commissioner Bonner?
So I vote in favor of the motion to approve the findings of the preamble, the proposed banning of deputy clicks, and recommending that the sheriff and the sheriff's department adopt the proposed policy in the manual of policy and procedures without delay. My vote is aye.
Commissioner Giggins?
I concur. I vote yes.
Commissioner Harris?
I concur. Vote yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ochin? Commissioner Ochin?
Yes.
Chair Rubin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tolentino? Vice Chair Tolentino? Okay.
Mute.
I think he's saying yes. Okay.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Yes, thank you. And now vote on the second motion.
Commissioner Bonner?
I vote aye for the second motion.
Commissioner Giggins?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ochin?
Yes.
Chair Rubin?
I sustain. I'm sorry, abstain.
Noted. Vice Chair Tolentino?
Yes.
Okay, with that majority vote, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all for that. We now have several items left on our agenda. Item 2D is a brief discussion and a motion regarding the use of force ad hoc committee's recommendation about independent investigation of the sheriffs when they use excessive force. And as you may remember at the last meeting following the presentation by District Attorney Gascon, who was talking about various entities who might conduct independent investigations of the Sheriff's Department under these circumstances. I asked the ad hoc committee on use of force to come back with a recommendation, and I believe they have. So Commissioner Bonner, if you'd briefly advise.
Yes, as you say, Chair Rubin, at the last meeting, the ad hoc committee on use of force was asked to consider who should do independent investigations where LA County Sheriff's deputies have been involved in shootings that have resulted in death or fatalities. And we made a recommendation just by way of quick background. I think it's pretty well set out in our report and our recommendation that is attached to the agenda. But by way of quick background, on July 30th, 2020, the Civilian Oversight Commission adopted 24 reform recommendations that included recommendation number 10, which was a recommendation that it was, I'll just read it. It's essential that all lethal uses of force by deputies should be investigated by an agency other than the LA County Sheriff's Department. We then, at that point, in that particular recommendation, discussed actually 4 options. The ad hoc committee has gone back, considered the 4 options, and we've determined and recommend that the best option would be to have the Office of the Inspector General for the Sheriff's Department do the independent investigations, and that the OIG be provided with the funding and staffing to perform that function as expeditiously as possible. And so we're actually recommending that recommendation number 10 of our reform recommendations be amended, essentially keeping the first sentence, but then adding the words, the Office of Inspector General should be designated by the Board of Supervisors as the primary investigative agency for all lethal uses of force by deputy sheriffs of the LA County Sheriff's Department. The board should provide adequate additional funding to the OIG for it to hire for and assume the function within 90 days. And as part of adding that to recommendation number 10, we deleted the rest of the language from the July 30th that had to do with the other possible options. We consider that the best option. We could discuss it or debate it, but I would move that the recommendation to amend, essentially reform recommendation number 10, be adopted by the full Oversight Commission.
In that, I will second that, but in that specifically, I would include in the motion that it is the Office of the Inspector General who should be the one designated to conduct investigations of lethal use of force by the Sheriff's Department, and they be provided sufficient resources by the Board of Supervisors. So that in essence is what you talked about, but I've made a second on that. And
it's specifically in the recommendation that the board should provide adequate additional funding to the OIG for it to hire for and assume this function within 90 days. So it is specifically provided in our recommendation.
All right. Is there how many public comments do we have?
I have a question before we.
Just a second. I just want to find out how much.
There are about 20 individuals signed up, but I have not been able to cross-reference if they're all logged in at this point.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Ochen.
So I have one question, one friendly amendment. I think it's friendly, and then a question. So under state law, the Attorney General has the authority to independently investigate. The California Attorney General has the authority to independently investigate lethal uses of force by law enforcement. So this would, in many ways, sort of bolster the ability for the county to also undertake independent investigations. I'm wondering if this can be expanded to not only lethal uses of force, but serious, uses of force that produce serious or great bodily injury. Because currently the Attorney General does not have the ability to investigate those kinds of uses of force. And of course, the lethal force is the most sort of spectacular. It's the force that gets the most attention. But say, for example, Jacob Blake, who was shot by a member of the Kenosha Police Department in Wisconsin, he was paralyzed. This policy wouldn't apply to such a shooting. I think it should. So I'm wondering if you would take that as a friendly amendment that on page 2, it would read that as the primary investigative agency for all lethal uses of force, as well as those uses of force that produce great bodily injury.
You know, that's a modest change. I would just say this, that when you think about, I guess, the doable as opposed to things that are not likely to happen, I would just counsel some practicality here. The more you expand this, the more staffing and resources the IG needs to undertake this matter, the less likely it is to happen. What I would prefer, Priscilla, would be a situation where we start off with this, get the board to support it, because it will require about 6 to 8 investigators to investigate all lethal force, get it started, then expand it, rather than trying to start off with something that becomes a much larger resource bite for the board, and it never happens. So I'm just, as a practical matter, I think we should just start off with having the IG do investigations where there has been the use of lethal force rather than expanding it. That's just, so I can't accept it as a friendly amendment, because I think it actually will end up making it less likely that this will go forward in 90 days, which is what we're proposing here.
Then I would like to move the amendment.
Right.
I'll second the amendment. And I understand that Commissioner Harris, you've been waiting patiently to make some comments.
Yes, thank you. I have to say, I do agree with Commissioner Bonner. I think it would be better just to move forward with the recommendation as stated in his motion, just because this is going to be a very heavy lift for a lot of people. So I think I don't disagree with what Commissioner Ochin is recommending, that perhaps that is aspirationally where this should end. But I think to get this off the ground and get it moving in the right direction, perhaps it's better to go with the original motion and get it going. My only comment, I think the 90 days, I don't recall that in the discussion with the ad hoc. And if I missed that, I apologize, because I feel 90 days, frankly, I just don't see that happening in the county of Los Angeles. That is lightning speed. I mean, that is so fast. And I don't want to make it any slower. I'm not trying to make this Brown versus Board of Education. I know how that can get messed up. But I think putting a 90-day limit on it, I just think that's probably not realistic. But I would like to see it move forward as quickly as possible, given that constraint. So those are my comments.
Any other comments before we take public comment? All right. Yes, Commissioner King.
Yeah, after public comment, we'll be able to reread the thing that we're voting on. Can I ask some clarity on that? Thank you.
All right.
Thank
All
you.
right. Go ahead, Jennifer, and we are going to shorten the amount of time for public comment because of the hour.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll have 1 minute per person, and first an announcement in Spanish.
Si necesita una traducción al español de su comentario público, simplemente diga la palabra español y un intérprete le dará instrucciones antes de que empiece a compartir sus comentarios. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from Nayeli Hernandez. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to make a quick comment, for Bonner and Harris to please listen to Commissioner Priscilla Ochin. I can see she really is for the community and is concerned of her community. Everyone is at risk. We're talking about Black and Brown communities. You're talking about events that are less likely to happen in LA County. Why are we gonna wait for events and tragedies to happen here in LA County? Please listen to the commissioner. And please, you have heard there's many over $100 million taxpayers' dollars spent on LASD gang lawsuits. Why are we permitting for them to continue on to serve, quote unquote, serve on the community? Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Doreen Sanchez. Please go ahead, Doreen.
Good afternoon. I think it's amazing how diplomatic this the community is behaving, and I just want to say hello and tell my community I love them, and I'm here present. I want to make public the name of Michael Zinsu, who started this awareness back with the Black Panther movement, speaking on these criminals. You ask if these criminals take their gangs to the next to their next position that they jump to. What is a tattoo exactly? Are you literally, I'm astonished and I'm amazed, and I love the English language, but Villanueva has to go, and that has to happen immediately. Thank you, and I yield my time to the community, and I love you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Eric Previn. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to thank the commission for listening to the constituents who have called in today. It's so important, and I heard from Charisse as well, the journalist, and I would encourage people who haven't read that report to it's a series of reports on knock.la, I thought, or something like that. It's very good and it's worth studying. I also think that we need to work together to get the sheriff. It's very impressive the way Rubin raised her voice early in the meeting and said, we're going to subpoena you. And then the sheriff responded. Very impressive, very, very impressive. So I don't think we should go around saying that he's not responsive, because he's responding. He said he's going to come. So this is a great victory for better communication between the sheriff and this hallowed body. I'd also like to thank, once again, the students from the schools who participated in bringing this research forward are so important, because the newspapers have taken a side, and it's very important that we remain objective. And it's very hard when you have kind of a weird sense that supervisors don't get the kind of coverage.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Julie Martinez. Julie, please go ahead.
Yes, I want to start with a thank you for this venue, this way to investigate the sheriff outside of the sheriff department. In America, police have a tremendous amount of latitude. They suck up most of the tax dollars in either the community. They are given the right to stop, detain, and arrest people. Unfortunately, in the LA County Sheriff Department, there are many gang members who think that they're judge, jury, and executioner. In fact, one of the gangs even calls themselves the executioner and has engaged in that. They do not allow the judicial process to go forward. We watched in horror as another young Black kid was murdered at a routine traffic stop in Minnesota. We should be horrified and shocked at the people who are killed at the hands of the sheriff at routine traffic stops here in Los Angeles County as well.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Tamara Kay. Tamara, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Priscilla Oshun, because I think that's absolutely correct. It needs to include great bodily harm, such as in Jacob's case. Bonner, he went on right after the families, and at least 20 people commented, please do not use the terminology deputy clicks, and it's called what it is. And he, after the community already commented, he went on to say deputy clicks after the families and the community asked him not to state that, right? Second of all, we need to absolutely, completely defund the sheriff's department and reinvest in the communities, because giving more money to these people, right, is not acceptable. They're eating up our resources and killing our folks. I'm done. Defund the community, defund the sheriff.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Helen Jones. Helen, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. If this was the citizens of Beverly Hills, Encino, Malibu, we wouldn't even be hearing this conversation. And it is so sad that these deputies and these gang members, they are gang members. And we really will appreciate if y'all will call them exactly what they are. Cliques don't run around shooting people down, shoot them in their back, beat them to death in their cells, and then get to cover it up. That don't happen. That shouldn't be happening to us. We shouldn't have to keep begging for accountability for these deputies. So I wish something could be done to help all of us, and that is to shut down this Sheriff Juvenile and his whole department. He shouldn't be able to keep doing this, looking the other way, lying for his deputies. They get to have their Fifth Amendment. Don't even get to speak in court when it's time to.
Thank you. And that does conclude your time.
It's wrong.
And the next comment will come from Joseph Maslich. Please go ahead with your comment, Joseph. Joseph Maslich, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to Brittany Nichols. Please go ahead with your comment. Joseph Maslich, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Brittany Nichols, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, still hearing nothing. Yes, Brittany
I don't
Nichols.
want to comment again. I'm sorry. I'll
Okay.
put my hand down.
No problem. Lourdes Gomez, please go ahead.
There is a 25-year-old currently in the hospital who was shot because his mom asked for help. He was having a crisis because his dad was in the hospital with COVID. Even though he's a 25-year-old, his mentality is one of a 6-7-year-old. He's shot. He's autistic and he's deaf. And now, because the police got involved for 5 minutes, he's paralyzed. So I'm asking to please consider that that is unacceptable. And it has been 15 days since that shooting. The police was wearing some type of camera. I'm not an expert on this. I'm just a mom. And we have not even been able to get to see the video. His attorney has not been able to get that. How is that what we want and respect out of the police? I'm here because I want the situation to stop. I want my family safe and I want everybody safe. Please help.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Jessica Craven. You are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi again. Thank you for hearing me one more time. And I would just reiterate what everybody else is saying, ditto to all of it. And I would just add, in the last 3 months of 2020 alone, the Sheriff's Department was involved in 11 documented deputy-involved shootings in which 7 people were shot, 6 of them fatally. The DA's office, especially under DA Lacey, was definitely not going to do anything about this. They have a very dependent relationship on the police officers whose testimonies support their convictions. And even now, we have a vastly improved DA who is being sued and hamstrung everywhere he turns. So there is a problem allowing the county residents to suffer at the hands of law enforcement and the DA's office to be in charge of prosecuting. And we are asking you to call on the board to immediately put the Office of the Inspector General in charge of investigating all incidents of deputy lethal use of force and give the OIG the funding they need to do so, instead of giving more funding to the Sheriff's Department to torment, terrorize, and intimidate Black and brown communities. Also, seriously, you all need to stop using the word clique. It has been expressed by the affected communities.
The next comment will come from Ellen Giese. Ellen, please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. The latest OIG report presented to the Board of Supervisors on the Sheriff's Department last month sheds more light on what we already know, that LASD is corrupt, unaccountable to the public, and a grave danger to our communities. I would like to support the recommendation that external bodies, in this case, the OIG and not LASD, should investigate sheriff's deputies, deputy deadly use of force incidents. And I would like to say I would support Ochen's amendment to include not just fatal, but extreme bodily harm, but I think that time has already gone by. The OIG should obviously be appropriately staffed to perform this function. Going further, the OIG should work closely with the new special prosecutor for police misconduct under DA Gascon. And since this is the last time I'll be allowed to speak, I would also like to say regarding 2E, we are now past a year since Measure R was passed, and we are well beyond the point of the people's mandate being fully accomplished and fulfilled.
And that does conclude your time. The next comment will come from Michelle Infante. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Michelle.
To the commission, do you really believe that when Alex wrote a memo that holds absolutely no legal binding, that he's going to do something and enforce a policy where he came forward and said that there's no such thing as deputy gangs? Need I remind you the report that Max Huntsman did, the IAIB report recently this year, I believe? Do you remember what it said inside there? It talked about deputy gangs and complaints against them and deputies themselves. And when IAIB goes to investigate, it never goes any further than the first couple or two people. And you're over here, Mr. Bonner, trying to use language in a manner on emotion when the department doesn't care about any of what you're talking about or what you're writing, because they have no intentions of enforcing that. The department needs independent investigations outside of Los Angeles, and you should be supporting that.
And the next comment will come from Andres Kwan. Andres, please go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, hi. We already know too well that the police cannot police itself, especially when we witness time and time again how LASD has engaged in a pattern of covering up when deputies kill community members. So yes, we support the recommendation that bodies outside LASD, in this case the OIG, investigate deadly use of force. But also the OIG should be appropriately staffed and they should work closely with the special prosecutor. Lastly, I ran out of time in the last item, and I just want to finish by letting you know that the Check the Sheriff is planning to release a damning report on LASD systematic harassment of families who, as I was saying, could be considered refugees in our own asylum law, who are persecuted on account of race, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion. Actually, if you dive into Ninth Circuit case law, the harassment of families clearly rises to the level of persecution. So it's past time you should pass a policy on deputy gangs. Carefully crafted and read the issue of would like to provide our First Amendment legal analysis.
Valerie Vargas. Valerie, please go ahead with your comment. Valerie Vargas, you are unmuted. Hearing nothing from Valerie, we will move on to the last public comment from MJ King. MJ, please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. Until you dismantle the department, LASD should not investigate itself, especially when they kill a community member. I support the recommendation that external bodies, in this case the OIG and not LASD, should investigate sheriff deputies' deadly use of force incidents. The OIG should be appropriately staffed to perform this function and work closely with the new special prosecutor for police misconduct under DA Gascon. That OIG report acknowledging the 11 documented deputy shootings, one of the fatal shootings occurred in a hospital where a deputy killed a hospital patient. Yet you just passed a motion to approve a budget to keep deputies in hospitals. We already know too well that the police can't police itself. LASD shouldn't police anyone. A department so poisoned, so rotten to the core, with a culture of racist, white supremacist deputy gangs should have nothing to do with the community it victimizes and traumatizes and should be dismantled. LASD has engaged in a pattern of covering up when deputies kill community members. After LASD Compton executioner member with a history of misconduct, Michael Vega, executed Andres Guadardo, the LASD proceeded to cover up the evidence, including destroying security cameras and putting a security hold on the autopsy. The Guadardo family's independent—
And that does conclude your time. Thank you. And that concludes all of the public comment for this item, Chair Rubin.
All right, thank you all. We have two motions that are before the commission to vote on. The first one is the motion to adopt, as Commissioner Bonner has described, item number 10, which would have the Board of Supervisors designate the Office of Inspector General to do the use of force investigations that were as a result of use of lethal force. And so why don't we take that one? And Commissioner Bonner, for everybody's edification, because of the hour and so much that has gone on, would you read that motion, please?
Yeah, the motion is to amend the Oversight Commission's reform recommendation number 10, which we adopted on July 30th, 2020, to add to the existing wording, and the existing wording would be, henceforth, it's essential that all lethal uses of force by deputies should be investigated by an agency other than the LASD. It would add the wording to that recommendation that the Office of Inspector General should be designated by the Board of Supervisors as the primary investigative agency for all lethal uses of force by deputy sheriffs of the LA County Sheriff's Department. The board should provide adequate additional funding to the OIG for it to hire for and assume this function within 90 days. So that's the motion that has been recommended by the ad hoc committee for use of force.
There's also an amendment that was seconded. The amendment would amend the language that Rob just described. So it would read, starting with the Board of Supervisors as the primary investigative agency for all uses of force by deputy sheriffs, as well as those uses of force that produce serious or great bodily injury. So we would add serious or great bodily injury.
I thought that, please clarify, Commissioner Ochen, I thought it was not that amendment was not accepted by Commissioner Bonner.
It was not, but I made a motion and you seconded it.
Yes.
So we need to vote on it.
Okay, perfect. So Ms. Williams, would you please take the roll?
Well,
to be clear,
I need some clarification here.
So
Yeah.
to be clear, the vote in the order of operation here is we would vote on my amendment. That amendment would need to be voted up or down. Then we would vote on the main motion, which is Rob's motion. So this motion is my motion to add as well as those uses of force by sheriff's deputies that produce great bodily injury.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just saying, I know we're over time here, but really when somebody interjects something that really is beyond the motion that's been put before us, we actually have to ask the Inspector General, first of all, what resources would he need to investigate all lethal uses of force henceforward? And how many cases are there of uses of force that result in great bodily injury, and what are the resource implications for that? And what he thinks of that. I mean, I just don't. The problem with just throwing these amendments in is that, and I realize that we have a cumbersome system because of the Brown Act. Don't get me wrong, I understand that, but I mean, we just don't have the data. To make an intelligent decision.
Point of order. The chair has closed debate, and we are being asked to vote.
I agree, and thank you for your comments, Commissioner Bonner, but that is not the motion that's before us. So Ms. Williams, will you please call the roll on the amendment which has been made and seconded to add lethal uses of force to the motion?
No, the motion is to add uses of force that produce great bodily injury.
Right, I'm sorry. Great bodily injury. I'm sorry, I'm sort of mentally burned out at the moment. So much has happened. So yes, to add to, as Commissioner Chen has said, to add great bodily injury to the motion that would not only include lethal uses of force, but also great bodily injury. So now can we take the vote? Ms. Williams?
Yes. Commissioner Bonner?
Yeah, I vote no on Commissioner Ocean's amendment, because I think it makes it less likely that this is going to happen, that the OIG will have the authority. So I vote no.
Commissioner Giggins,
I vote yes.
Commissioner Harris,
I vote no.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes to the amendment.
Commissioner Ochin,
Yes.
Chair Rubin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tolentino.
Yes.
Okay. The motion is approved.
Ingrid, I have to sign off. Can we immediately go to the main motion now? And would it be possible to go out of order so I can vote and sign off?
Yes, absolutely. I can.
So
I can take the roll order.
Repeat the main motion so that Commissioner Ochin can go to her other job.
So the main motion now is the language that's on page 2 of the use of force recommendation. So it'd be the Office of the Inspector General should be designated by the Board of Supervisors as the primary investigative agency for all lethal uses of force or uses of force that produce great bodily injury by deputy sheriffs of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and then so on. The board should provide adequate additional funding to the OIG for it to hire and assume this function within 90 days.
Thank you for that. Can we take our vote then? And Commissioner Ochin would be first one up for the vote.
Got it. Commissioner Ochin?
Yes. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bonner?
Yes.
Commissioner Giggins?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Chair Rubin?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat your vote again, please?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Tolentino?
Yes.
Okay, motion
All
is
right,
approved.
thank you. That motion is carried. It is once again, unfortunately, we have more items on our agenda than we have time. We have 2 items left on the agenda. One is a discussion regarding motion measure R, which while Commissioner Ochin is certainly the lead on that, there are other members of the ad hoc committee who can raise those issues. But as we all know how important Measure R is and the issues relating to Measure R, I'm going to ask that that be put over until the next meeting. And that will be at the top of the agenda to make sure that it is fully and fairly heard. Secondly, there is the Inspector General's report on body-worn cameras, which I have read, and I was very much looking forward to a presentation. I know that Chief Deputy Darrell Williams is here and has been here all morning, and I apologize for that. But I also believe that it will not be a short item, and that that will also be at the top of the agenda for the May meeting to make sure that that we have heard that and give it the time that it deserves. With that, I think that all of the other reports from the ad hoc committees should be put over until next month. And interestingly, there is nobody here from the Sheriff's Department to give a sheriff's update. But as we have heard, the sheriff will appear next month, and we certainly welcome that. I don't believe that we need to have general public comment, Jennifer, because everybody who has spoken will have already spoken on at least 3 items. So therefore, general public comment, it's probably precluded. With that, I'm going to move to adjourn the meeting. I want to thank you all for your participation and your hard work. And again, Commissioner Kennedy, many kudos to you and your team for an outstanding job. So thank you all very much. Keep good thoughts about Minnesota, and we'll see you next month. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.